Were these in these were in the thing? Those were yours, okay, because I had mine somewhere.
Who's this
Yes.
sitting next to me?
Okay, thank you.
This isn't the mayor's.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to our May 6, 2025 Township Council meeting. We have a full agenda, and we're going to first, please, if you would, stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is a regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair. It's being broadcast live on Channel 34, and it's streaming live on Montclair's TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. This meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-25-038, adopted by the Township Council at its regular meeting of February 25, 2025, advertised to the official newspaper on March 6, 2025, posted on the bulletin board outside of the Municipal building, and has remained continuously posted in that location. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of our Municipal Township Clerk. Madam Clerk, would you please do a roll call?
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Here.
Councilor Birmingham.
Here.
Councilor D'Amato.
Here.
Councilor Lockman.
Here.
Councilor Toller.
Good evening, President.
Good evening. Councilor Williams.
Here.
Mayor Baskerville.
Present. Okay, so at this time, we're going to move right into our 2025 budget introduction meeting. If Mr. Al is available, we'd like for you please to come, and our manager Stephen Marks.
So, good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the general public. My name is Stephen Marks. I'm the Township Manager.
My name is Marja Rao. I'm the
Stephen
Township
Marks.
Chief Financial Officer.
Yeah.
So, this evening is the introduction of the annual municipal budget. So, just to go over the timelines, the budget. Sorry to give my back to anybody, but the budget is introduced. There's a budget series of meetings and a time for the mayor and council to do their due diligence in terms of digging into the budget. Along the way, we are scheduling the Finance Committee in conjunction with the administration, is scheduling 2 days of public meetings for the departments to present their budget requests to the mayor and council through the Finance Committee. The first day will be on Saturday, May 17th, and the second will be the evening of Wednesday, May 28th. The budget is due to, there has to be a certain number, statutorily a certain number of days before the introduced budget is adopted. The public hearing on the budget is scheduled for June 3rd.
Excuse me, Manager Marks?
Yes.
Do you have a preference if council members have questions? Would you prefer that they wait until you're done, or how would you like to do this, please?
I think any questions along the way would be fine, acceptable. Yes.
Great, thank you very much.
So basically, the town, the administration has 4 objectives for introducing the budget. One is to minimize any tax increases. Two is to maximize budget flexibility. Three is to strive for service excellence. And four is to manage our debt. So essentially, the municipality actually raises the funds for other levels of government, including the county, the library, and the school board. So for 2025, the average home in Montclair is assessed at $639,000. The municipal portion of their taxes is approximately 24, almost 25%. The library is about 1.5%. The county raises about 16.6%, and the schools take more than half of local taxes raised at about 57.3%. The municipal portion of, so the average tax bill for a residential home is approximately $22,000, $22,537, of which the municipal portion is $5,500 roughly. The library portion $345. The county portion is $3,700, and the school portion is $12,900 approximately. So a summary of revenues in the budget for non-tax revenues for 2025. It will be approximately, the anticipated non-tax revenues are approximately $30,800,000. So what are non-tax revenues? Oh, well, I was going to go at a high level.
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
And if there's any questions, we'd love to dive into it. For miscellaneous revenues, building permits account for $1.3 million. Police off-duty is approximately $440,000. Police off-duty expenses are for when PSC&G or contractors hire the police department for traffic control. It's not a revenue expense. It's not a municipal expense per se. But the PSC&G, public utilities contractors, will hire police officers off duty to manage traffic. Montclair has a cable television franchise fee of approximately $400,000 and a hotel tax of approximately $370,000. We're anticipating for 2025 approximately $2.9 million in grants. That includes a $438,000 Safe Streets for All grant, a $330,000 cycle track grant, of which the council approved at the last council meeting for the design of a bicycle route. We also have a $240,000 composting grant, $160,000 assistance to firefighters grant, and a $159,000 National Opioid Settlement funds, not a grant per se, but settlement funds. So that's basically a look at a high-level look, not every grant, but a high-level look at the grants. So the total miscellaneous revenues are approximately $33 million. The total tax levy is anticipated to be $74 million, and the total general revenues are approximately $108 million.
I just have a question, just so I understand this correctly. Is the 2004 number there the actual or the budget?
That's a budgeted one.
Okay, and do we feel comfortable with the grant number, given what's going on in Washington?
Yes, that is the award letters we got for those grants, and they keep going up during the year. Whenever after the budget is adopted, if we get any more additional grants, we do through a resolution that gets added. Last year, if you see, it's $4.6 million. We may get those many grants.
I'm not concerned about getting grants. I'm concerned about the government clawing them back, given what's going on. But you feel pretty comfortable with the number that you've put in and the grants?
Yes, but that is used for the grant purposes only. So
Yeah, I
if
get
the
it.
government calls back, that project is going to be closed out, canceled, so we don't do that work. So
But some of them are reimbursable, where we may have already spent the money.
yes, most of the reimbursable will check with the grantor, hey, we are spending it, and we periodically put in for reimbursements. So if it's a $400,000 grant, if there is in 1 month or one quarter,
Speaking to the mic.
if in 1 month or 1 quarter, if it is $50,000 spent, the departments immediately apply for reimbursement, we'll get that partial reimbursement as we spend.
Thank you.
We encourage all contractors and consultants to bill on a monthly basis, and when we get billed by the contractors and consultants, then we bill either the federal government if it's a federal grant, or the state government if it's a state grant. So the municipal, under the proposed budget, the municipal tax rate increase is 1.98%, less than 2%. Compared to 2024, it's a decrease from 2.96% from last year. The average municipal tax increase in dollars will be, under the proposed budget, $107, which is down from last year's increase of $140.
That's correct.
On the appropriations side of the ledger, the total amount of salary and wages is approximately $43 million. Other expenses are approximately $27 million. So the other expenses include things like liability insurance for $2 million, employee health insurance for $7.1 million, payment for public employees' retirement
Move the
system.
slide.
I'm sorry.
Move the slide forward.
Oh.
Yeah.
So the state's pension system payment for civilian employees is approximately $1.7 million. Like any other employer, we have to pay Social Security, which is about $1.5 million. The police and fire retirement system payment for Montclair is approximately $8 million. And the library portion is also made up in this, which is approximately $3.88 million. So one of the new positions that is being recommended or requested in the budget, which corresponds with an ordinance that's on second reading for this evening, is a Complete Streets Director. So there's a Complete Streets ordinance that's up for second reading, and if approved, we've requested funding to fund the position of a person, a high-level, director-level position, to actually implement the Complete Streets ordinance. So not looking at every department, but looking at the higher level departments, the the budget contains approximately $17.2 million for salary and wages for the police department, with operating expenses being $635,000. $11.3 million for salary and wages for the fire department, which doesn't include, but other expenses are $478,000. Department of Community Services for Public Works. The request is approximately $3.1 million for salary and wages and $2 million for other expenses. Refuse collection. So the refuse collection, I believe we have approximately 40 employees who actually pick up solid waste. So the approximate cost for the salary and wages for solid waste pickup is approximately $1.4 million. And the actual tipping fees that Montclair pays to dispose of its solid waste is approximately $1.3 million.
So, Mr. Marks, what are other expenses?
So,
Is that benefits or?
To run the operations in that office, that $27,450.
Anything that's not, is it benefits included in that?
No.
No.
Benefits are all under the statutory category with the pension benefits and the Social Security and all.
But it would include something like the uniform payment?
Yeah,
Like
some of the uniform payments are OE, but some of the uniform payments go through the salaries and wages, depending upon the contract, their bargaining agreements.
And can you just tell me how many police and how many firemen there are?
112 police officers, including the chief and the deputy chief. And there's 77 fire personnel, including the chief and the deputy chiefs.
I'm sorry, how many police? I missed the number.
112.
112. Thank you.
Do you know how that compares to other towns of our size?
There were several analysis done at some point. As of now, I don't exactly know, but I can get you the information. Compared to, you mean in Essex County?
Yeah, roughly towns with 40,000 people? What do they have in numbers of fire and numbers of police?
We do have that information.
Okay.
So also under appropriations for recycling pickup is approximately $1.2 million for salary and wages. For recreation, approximately $754,000. For health, nursing, and senior services, approximately $1.8 million. And for uniform construction code, approximately $1.1 million. Oh, sorry. So Montclair has 3 utilities, one for water, one for sewer, and one for parking. So we'll go through a high-level overview of each of the utilities. So the fund balance, basically cash on hand for the water utility, is approximately $1.5 million. Fund balance is like what's remaining in your checking account after you've paid all the bills, right? So the water rents are actually, it's a misnomer. It's the amount of revenue that's generated from the water services. We're anticipating approximately $8.7 million in water revenue. And then miscellaneous interest on revenue and such, $425,000. The total water utility revenue is approximately $10.6 million. On the appropriations side, we're budgeting approximately $1.55 million. The other expenses are approximately $2.6 million. We buy our bulk water from the North Jersey Water District Supply Commission. So it's not, the water's not free. It comes from somewhere. So that bulk water purchase is approximately $2.2 million. Capital improvements, replacing lead service lines, manholes, water mains, even fixing service line leaks and water main breaks. We're anticipating approximately $3 million. The New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection actually requires all water utilities in New Jersey to replace approximately 1/50th of their system every year with a replacement rate. If you replace 1/50th, you're going to have a new system after 50 years. So most of our water mains and water service lines are more than 100 years old. So it's going to take us a while to replace it, but you have to start somewhere. So that's what the capital improvements cover.
Just a question.
Yes.
Do we have any choice about who the water provider is? Or is it kind of a monopoly?
It's a state agency that's
Yeah.
made up of municipal shareholders, so to
Yes.
speak. So Montclair
and
is
we
one
own-
of, say,
Oh,
a
okay.
dozen municipalities, I think including the city of Newark and other larger, older municipalities that get their water from, I believe it's mostly the Wanacue Reservoir and the Split Rock Reservoir and the Monksville Reservoir that are all maintained by North Jersey Water Supply District. So the debt service is approximately $933,000, and the statutory expenditures is approximately $381,000. Those statutory expenditures include such things as Social Security and
Pensions for
and
the
pension
utility
payments, so on.
employees.
So Medicare,
Medicare, Social Security, pensions, and unemployment insurance. Yeah.
On the sewer utility side, the fund balance is approximately $1.3 million. The sewer rates, the total amount raised by the sewer bills is approximately $8.2 million. The miscellaneous revenues coming from interest on revenue and other fees is approximately $411,000. So the total sewer utility revenues is a little less than $10 million, coming in at $9.9 million. On the appropriations side, salary and wages for the sewer utility is approximately $910,000. Other expenses, $879,000. Similar to what we pay North Jersey Water Supply District for water, we have to pay for disposal of our wastewater. So Montclair's wastewater actually goes to Passaic Valley Sewage Commission, which has a sewage treatment plant in Newark. So we actually pay Passaic Valley Sewage Commission $5.7 million to treat our wastewater and dispose of our wastewater.
That was a huge increase this year.
That was a one-time increase in the Passaic Valley. And again, it's not like we could send
can't,
our
yeah.
sewage or wastewater anywhere else. I mean, the sewers go where they go, and the Passaic Valley Sewage Commission is actually a state agency, or it's a multi-county, multi-municipal compact, I think covering 42 towns in northern New Jersey. So they're the only game in town in terms of disposing of our wastewater. Third River is approximately allocation of $5,000. Second River improvements, $132,000. Capital improvements, approximately $2 million. Debt service of approximately $130,000. And statutory expenditures of approximately $219,000. So the total sewer utility appropriations is a little less than $10 million, coming in at $9.9 million. On the parking utility side, the fund balance is approximately $947,000. The meter fees, so the total amount that the town collects from the parking meters is approximately $1.6 million. The permit fees from garages and other parking lots is approximately $1.2 million. The transient fees is approximately $1.6 million. The PATS revenue, I think that's the Parking Authority ticketing system.
Yes.
It's a fee that we pay to Trenton every year to process our traffic summonses, is approximately $150,000. The total miscellaneous, which includes interest, is approximately $200,000. So the total parking utility revenue is approximately $5.8 million. On the appropriation side of the ledger, the anticipated salary and wages is approximately $1.3 million. The other operating expenses is approximately $2.8 million. The capital improvements, making necessary repairs and such. I think on the agenda this evening is a contract to repair one of the stairwells in one of the parking garages. So that's $250,000. Our debt service, including principal and interest, is approximately $1 million. And our statutory expenditures for parking is approximately $295,000. So the total parking utility appropriations is approximately $5.8 million. Any
Question on that one. Did we not use some of the surplus into
Yes, the
2025? So wouldn't that
the-
come from the fund balance?
Yeah, parking utility surplus is used in the general fund balance, general operating fund balance, the current fund. If you go to the first line, the miscellaneous revenue, the first page for the current fund.
I understand, but where does it show up on that sheet?
It is on the miscellaneous revenues. It's part of the miscellaneous revenues. It's a full budget that we.
I understand, but why doesn't it show up in the fund balance?
But it is a fund balance that is only from the general fund balance. Okay, the fund balance that is shown on the regular fund balance, it's not on the parking utility. Parking utilities fund balance is generated already. It's an existing fund balance. This budget that you are showing is we are anticipating for this year we are going to use for the parking utility. If you see it in the general operating budget, you will see $1.3 million from the parking
Yeah, I
utility.
saw it.
That's going to be in the current fund budget as anticipated in the current fund budget.
And so could you put it here as surplus to general budget? I think that's the question, so that it could be clearer that some of it is coming over into the general budget. Is that?
If I put it, it won't be on there. It will be on the other side, appropriation side, because you are
Right,
taking
that's what
from
I mean, in the
taking from
appropriations.
Yes, and to give
Column.
it to the current fund. But
'Cause
it is a general current year appropriations. If it is current, for example, if you are raising the fees to generate more fund balance
Right.
to be used for the current
Yeah,
fund,
yeah.
then you put it in that appropriation side in the.
Yeah,
parking utility.
that's what I think he's asking, is just, if you look at the appropriations there, is it under other expenses?
No, it's already prior year. It's already
okay.
generated
So
previous
that's
year. We
from
are not
last year. Okay,
generating
got it.
new for this year. It's already existing bucket. We are taking it from there. If we are anticipating to generate more,
Yeah.
then you put it in here.
Okay, okay.
So
We
thi-
already have it in reserve. We don't need to do it.
Okay, so this year's would be going towards next year's budget, is what you're saying?
If we generate
okay,
more this
gotcha,
year, yes.
gotcha.
Next year, if you want to take it in the general fund,
Yeah.
then you can
Yeah.
take it in the.
I still don't really understand. By looking at this balance, I don't see, like, for example, will it generate $1.5 million again if the appropriations and the revenues are more or less matched? It means
This is anticipated revenues, right? For example, meter fees, we are anticipating 1.6 million. What if we get $2 million? Then that
I think I understand
400,000
now.
we will generate
okay.
end of this year, by the end of this year. If you see in the full budget that presented, it's on sheet 10, you will see from the parking utility, it's coming into the general.
So that is all. That is our presentation. I just want to go back to the timeline. So this evening is introduction of the budget only. There are 2 days of public hearings or presentations by the departments that are scheduled for Saturday, May 17th and Wednesday, May 28th. So we're currently divvying up which departments will present when. And then the actual public hearing on the budget itself will be is scheduled today for June 3rd. So it's a month-long process. There will be plenty of opportunity for public questions and public comments. And we'd love to entertain any more additional questions now if you have any.
Excuse me. Do you have a time yet for the Saturday, May 17th?
We are anticipating 10 to 11, basically giving each department an hour approximately for their presentation and then a healthy and robust Q&A. 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1. If we need to go 1 to 2, we could do that. And then on the evening of May 28th, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9. If we need to go further, we could go further.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but haven't the department heads already given their input to you?
Well, it's an opportunity for the
Yeah.
department heads to basically go over their operations.
Yeah.
Just, it's kind of an explanatory
given
thing.
it-
They've given you the numbers, they're included in the budget,
They
and
are.
they're explaining, they're not changing their ask or
No,
anything.
no, they're
Oh,
not
okay.
changing their ask, but
Yeah.
it's an opportunity for you
Yeah.
and the general public to do a deep
Appreciate that.
dive into understanding how the police department operates, how the fire department operates, how the Department of Community Services
Okay,
operates,
thank you.
how the water utility, the sewer utility, and the parking utility, operate in terms of what they're anticipating, in terms of their spend and their capital needs for, the reasonable future.
Thank you very much, Manager, and I certainly appreciate you affording us the opportunity to have these additional meetings so that we can ask questions and listen and just become, very secure in understanding what's here. Anyone else have any questions from the council?
No, I just want to say thank you to you both. I know we're in a period of transition, and this process that we have this year likely will change for next year, I think, but this is sort of our attempt at making it work to the best we can, given that we were in a period of transition and change in leadership. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Move on. Okay, the next thing up are the proclamations, and we have some proclamations this evening. We have a proclamation for Provider Appreciation Day. Did all council members get? Thank you. I'd like to first approve the minutes. There have been presented to the council the minutes of the regular meeting and executive session held on April 22nd. Are there any corrections?
Mayor, I think I had requested one small correction in the executive session minutes that have been made, but otherwise, no. Thank you.
Motion to adopt? Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. So now we're going to do the proclamations. Do we have anyone that would like to do the Provider Appreciation Day? Is anyone here to receive the proclamation for Provider Appreciation Day? No. Okay. We just like to note that also, as many of you know, it's Teacher Appreciation Day, Nurses Appreciation Day, Public Servant Appreciation Day. So I, for one, am very grateful for all of you and for all of the council members that are here. It's really it's always nice to just take a few minutes to show appreciation for the people that work hard for us regularly. So if there's no one here to receive that proclamation, we'll hold on to that. The next proclamation will be for St. James Preschool. Is there anyone here who wishes to read that?
I would if they were here.
Do we have members from the St. James Preschool? I know we have a large celebration that's planned for Thursday. Is there anyone here at this time? Do you want to give us a summary of what's going on?
Okay, well, St. James, as you know, is in Upper Montclair. It has a preschool that's been around for, well, I think it's 35 years. I think it's on the proclamation. And so we're proclaiming the preschool and acknowledging its existence and its contribution to the community. And they're doing a special project for, I think it's Children's Hunger. Is that what it's all about?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't read it.
Yes.
Yeah, for, as part of their giving back to the community. So they have the celebration, which I think we three intend to go to, but it's also been on this, today's agenda. But really, we'll be celebrating them at the site of St. James on Thursday the 16th, I think? 16th, yeah. So if anybody wants to come, I think actually News 12 will be there. So you can get your picture on the big screen. Okay.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, I know there are people here and many who wish to come forward for the Jewish History Month proclamation, Jewish Heritage Month proclamation. All of you that are here and council members who wish to stand also may come forward for this very important proclamation. Do we have the proclamation? Oh, he has it.
Okay, good evening, everyone. So, I am going to read the Proclamation for Jewish Heritage Month as, you hear me? So, why am I reading this? So, I just happen to be Jewish, and I believe I'm the only Jewish member on the council at the moment. So, it's my great honor to read this. Okay. Proclamation recognizing May as Jewish Heritage Month. Whereas the first Jewish immigrants arrived on American soil in 1654, escaping oppression and discrimination, their presence, along with that of so many immigrant groups, helped define America's promise of religious freedom while embracing democracy, individual liberty, and opportunity for all. And whereas the Jewish American experience is quintessential American experience, one that is connected to key tenets of American identity, including our nation's commitment to freedom of religious and conscience, and whereas, notwithstanding this promise, we are still working to realize full vision of the American ideal amid the scourges of racism, bigotry, and other forms of injustice is included as stubborn anti-Semitism. In recent years, Jewish Americans have increasingly been the target of white nationalism and anti-Semitic violence as it fuels. And in 2024, a record number of anti-Semitic incidents occurred in the state of New Jersey, according to the latest annual audit released by the Anti-Defamation League using information from victims and law enforcement. And whereas the Jewish community has consistently overcome challenges and adversity, remaining deeply and robustly engaged on internal matters as well as on issues facing society at large. To wit, Jewish Americans have played major roles in all aspects of society and have worked tirelessly for social justice, equal rights, and often motivated by Jewish values to heal the world, locally, nationally, and globally. Jewish Americans have made significant contributions in the areas of science, the arts, literature, civic life, law, and law. And whereas this is true here in Montclair, we are enriched to have two in-town synagogues, B'nai Keshet, Congregation Shimoni Muna, as well as Chagbad of Montclair, and two others as neighbors, Temple Ner Tamid and Temple Shalom, all of which serve Montclair residents and engender in their congregants a sense of spirituality and engagement with their history and heritage to perpetuate the values of Torah. The commitments are routinely expressed by enriching the community through interethnic and interfaith collaboration and participation in initiatives to create a more just society. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby celebrate and recognize the contributions of the Jewish community and Jewish Americans in Montclair and in the wider world, and do proclaim May as Jewish Heritage Month in the Township of Montclair. Does anybody want to say something?
Good evening, and thank you to the Council for this proclamation and for the opportunity to speak tonight. Jewish American Heritage Month is a time to celebrate the rich culture, enduring history, and significant contributions of Jewish Americans both across our nation and right here in Montclair. From business and education to science, the arts, social justice, and public service, Jewish Americans have helped shape the fabric of American life in countless meaningful ways. We see the impact of that legacy throughout Montclair, in our local government, among our elected leaders, and in the generosity of community members like Josh and Judy Weston, whose philanthropy was recently honored by this very council. In recognition of the vibrant role Jewish residents continue to play in our community, we're proud to share that a new Jewish organization has recently been established right here in Montclair. To explain more about that, I'll turn it over to Josh Katz for a quick word.
Thanks, Lonnie, and thank you to the council. So over the past few years, it's become, thank you, clear to us that the Jewish community of Montclair needs a cohesive, organized voice. In this time of rising anti-Semitism, we need to be able to adequately represent our concerns, but we also want to celebrate our contributions and stand in solidarity with others. For this reason, we've come together to launch the Montclair Jewish Community Relations Council. This organization exists not just to advocate for Jewish people in Montclair, but to join with other groups in the municipality to support one another and to help shape the inclusive, vibrant character of our town. We believe Montclair is stronger when all communities are heard, respected, and engaged, and we're proud to be part of that effort. Thank you again for this proclamation and for welcoming us into this important work. Oh.
Yes. If you could indulge me for just 1 second, we have Councilor Lori Price Abrams, who was the one, I believe, that first started the proclamation. So if you could just
Well, I thank you for the opportunity to be back here with everybody in the community and in this recognition of Jewish Heritage Month, and appreciate that it's become part of the fabric to recognize so many, we have this beautiful tapestry in this community, and that we call out for recognition at, opportune moments. That May is that month on a national basis, and that Montclair has embraced that, of course, means a lot. I was proud to sort of draft that proclamation, and really pleased that it's something that's been perpetuated, and we will again take the opportunity to recognize the contributions of all the communities that make up this amazing community we call Montclair. Thank you for forwarding it to the current council, Mayor Baskerville, and Councilor Williams. And,
Thank you very much. Speaking about the wonderful tapestry, the next proclamation will be recognizing May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Are there people here who wish to? Where's the proclamation? Individuals who wish to come and stand with us for this proclamation, please come forward. We'd like to welcome you and present the proclamation to you.
Hello. So, hi. In case you didn't know, I am Asian, and it is my pleasure to present this proclamation recognizing May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Whereas Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month originated in a congressional bill in June of 1977, March 28, 1979, President Carter issued a presidential proclamation proclaiming the week beginning May 4th, 1979 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Week, and since then it has expanded to a month-long celebration in 1992. And whereas in the years and decades that followed, Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have become one of the fastest growing racial and ethnic groups in the nation, representing a multitude of ethnicities, languages, and experiences that enrich and strengthen our community. According to the census, Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders make up an estimated 24 million nationwide in 2020, and over 10% of the population in New Jersey, making it the fourth largest population of AAPIs in the country, with over 1 million who call New Jersey home. And whereas this month we recognize the diverse contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to our country, including completion of the Transcontinental Railroad. We also recognize painful chapters in our history, like the incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. Some of the notable Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in our history include Vice President Kamala Harris, Hiram Fong, the first Asian American elected in the U.S. Senate, Patsy Mink, the first Asian American woman elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, one of my personal heroes, civil rights activist Yuri Kochiyama, Kal Penn, American actor, author, and who is a former White House staff member, and who was born in Montclair, and Connie Chung, the first Asian American and second woman to anchor a nightly newscast at a major U.S. broadcast network. And we remember the late, longtime Montclair resident, Eileen Yinfei Lo, a chef and author. And whereas other notable individuals who have made an impact on the community include a number of athletes, such as Sammy Lee, the first Asian American to win Olympic gold for the U.S., and he also was the first man to win consecutive gold in Olympic platform diving. James Vo Jim Park, a Major League Baseball pitcher for the Chicago White Sox, and Wataru Misaka, who broke the color barrier in pro basketball by being the first player of Asian descent to play in the NBA. And whereas Montclair celebrates the historic election of the first Asian American elected official, Deputy Mayor Susan Shin Anderson. Thank you. And whereas Montclair is the proud home and headquarters of New Jersey's largest Asian American advocacy nonprofit organization, AAPI New Jersey, which started as AAPI Montclair and has grown to serve Asian Americans across the state. And whereas throughout New Jersey, people are celebrating Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month by sponsoring a variety of cultural events throughout the community and in the schools. And organizations such as AAPI New Jersey are promoting awareness and education around AAPI culture and history in Montclair and throughout New Jersey. As you probably know, I'm not going to go through the entire list, but the organization hosts events such as the Lunar New Year celebration, the Lantern Festival, and Diwali. The organization also provides youth programs, cultural programming throughout the year, and advocates for the community's rights and representation. And whereas the Township of Montclair is committed to fostering a community free of hate and promote belonging for all who work, live, and visit Montclair. And whereas the Township of Montclair is proud to celebrate Asian American Heritage Month and commemorate the contributions that Asian Americans have made in Montclair, our state, and in the country. Now, therefore, the Mayor and the Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby proclaim May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the Township of Montclair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson. We are so proud to be receiving this proclamation from Montclair's first ever Asian American elected official. It's such a milestone for us. Thank you to the council. You know, a town is where you put your heart, right? It's where you decide to raise kids like Alenia, my friend Alenia here. Maybe she'll say a few words too. And a few years ago during COVID-19, anti-Asian hate, our hearts were hurting. And you really all came together to support us in that moment. And since then, you've seen our growth. And, you know, even better than that, I would say we've seen other groups come together to empower each other and be embraced by this town, like Latinos of Montclair and FARA, the new Montclair Jewish Relations Council, the Persian Heritage Society. Hopefully we'll see more. And I think the way this town has supported our group, all of these other groups, is really a testament to the values that we have here in Montclair, and I hope we'll always see that. Want to invite you all to what will be our 5th annual Lantern Festival in Edgemont Park, Saturday, May 17th, 6 to 10 p.m. You'll see us and many of the organizations I just mentioned and more there to sort of affirm the town, the state, the country that we want to see, that we still think can be realized. So please join us, May 17th, Edgemont Park. Thank you so much for this.
Okay, we have 2 more proclamations. The next one up is a proclamation honoring Armando OutThere Diaz. Armando is a resident in the community who has done so much to bring us all together through the arts. He fights relentlessly for justice every day. So Armando and other people who are familiar with his art and how he brings us all together through arts, if you'd like to come forward. Okay, seeing none, I'm just going to briefly let you know Armando has been dedicated in the Township of Montclair for 47 years. Throughout that time, he's contributed immensely to the arts, culture, and civic fabric of our community. Whereas Mr. Diaz, an esteemed photographer and artist, has made it his mission to document the humanity, spirit, and vibrancy of Montclair, particularly the lives and stories of residents in the 4th Ward, through his lens capturing moments that uplift, inspire, and unite us all. Mr. Diaz's unwavering commitment to social justice has led him to document countless protests and demonstrations, including participating in the Million Man March in New York City in 2020 and in Washington, D.C., and ensuring that the stories of everyday people and activists survive through his lens. Whereas his artistry, activism, and community engagement have earned him the admiration and support of civic leaders, including Mayor Dr. Renee Baskerville, and countless residents who have been moved by his work and spirit. Now, therefore, by the mayor and the council of the township, we hereby recognize and extend a profound gratitude to Armando OutThere Diaz for your decades of creative service, civic engagement, and visual storytelling, which has profoundly enriched the lives and hearts of all of us in Montclair. I see you back there. Would you please come forward? Armando Diaz. And before I ask Armando to just say a few words, I'd like to let you all know that he's going to have an art showing beginning on May 10th and through the end of May, and it's at 408 Bloomfield Avenue in a location called Keep Creating Art, the Keep Creating Art Wellness Center. Some of you may be aware of that. It's very near the Wellmont Theater, for those of you who don't, and I believe it's on the second floor. So if you get an opportunity, go check out his work. Thank you for coming. I didn't see you in the back before. You were back there? All right, give me some love.
I'll just keep it brief. Most of my talking I do with the cameras, so I'm not really good at this part, but I am very grateful for this honor. I mean, it's one of those things that I didn't know I wanted it until it was extended, like, hey, you should have this, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. I never really understood how that worked, but I appreciate it because now that I know what it means a lot to me that Renee, Dr. Baskerville, thought enough of what I do and who I do it for to see me up here and make this statement to the town. So I just want to say thank you for that, and thank you for everybody who's supported me in the process. And you'll see me around, right?
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, and I will be coming by whenever you say to come by and present that at that time. The final proclamation for this evening is a proclamation for LGBTQ plus Pride Month. I know that there are some individuals that are here. I'm sorry. No, we don't have to. Okay, so we're going to do this on June 3rd. You guys come back for June 3rd presentation of this proclamation, and we'll move on to the next portion of our meeting. Thank you. And so before we move on, at the beginning of the meeting, I'm allowed to make some changes, and I would like to suggest that resolutions on our agenda that are numbered 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 at this point in time be withdrawn until the next meeting. These resolutions are to appoint some incredible community members to different boards and committees that we have, and they certainly are deserving. I know many of you are here. We made every effort to have you here in case you wish to say something, and just so that the community will know who the people are that are volunteering their time to help us be a stronger community. Unfortunately, because not every council member had an opportunity to reach out to you, ask questions, and really get to know you as I did, because these positions, we take them very seriously, and we really appreciate you all for doing what you do, for volunteering the time. It's a time commitment. Most of these positions are a minimum of 2 years, and so until each council member has had an opportunity to reach out to you, I thought that it would be best, rather than say we'll appoint one tonight and one on another night, that we do it all at once. It's not going to really change anything that's going to be of significance, because on the resolutions that were going to be presented, it actually says May the 20th. So I apologize to all of you who came here and were expecting to receive, the vote tonight of appreciation. But after conferring with some of our council members, we were just not able to do that at this time. Know that we really want you here. If others of you are wanting to do so, please fill out a volunteer interest form and be considered also. So thank you so much for coming, those of you that did. I'd like to make a motion to withdraw 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 from the agenda. Yes, Councilor Toller.
May I make a request that
Yes.
we not withdraw number 16? That one's been in for quite some time, and that particular organization is in need of the body. The person's name that was submitted back in, I guess, August. Was it August or November? So this council has had a chance to review that person's resume. The actual Montclair Early Childhood Corporation, as they're looking forward to this person joining them to get started on some work that they need to do. If we can not remove number 16, that would be appreciated. If you want me to say the person's name for the council, I can.
No, so it's fine, but the reason that one was pulled is because we never discussed as a council which one of the members that are presently on there will be removed in order for that
They
person.
won't. None of them will. They've increased their board seats. They've increased their board seats, so none of the older members.
Speak in the mic so they'll
I'm
know
sorry, I
what's
said
going
none
on
of
here.
the current members that are on the board are being removed or replaced.
Okay.
They actually increased their board seats to accommodate this person.
Okay. So how many board seats do they have at this point in time? Do you know? Because I know that they increased it by one a couple of months ago.
They increased it by 2, so it was
Okay.
one a couple of months ago and then just another one.
Okay,
there's
so that sounds fine. The suggestion was that we move forward with the vote, the resolution appointing to the Board of Trustees of the Montclair Early Childhood Corporation. And so unless anyone has any concerns about that, did I get a second for the other ones? Okay. So I'm
Mayor?
going to,
If I may,
yes.
I'm sorry. I don't have any record of a change in the bylaws to change the seats.
is it Mr. Dunn? He was supposed to email you the resolution or their new bylaws. I guess he didn't do it. Should we wait until the next meeting and when you have them in place?
If you have read them and you see that and it's the will of the governing body to move, so
We
be it.
can
But
wait.
the only consequence would be
If
if
the proper procedure is for you to see them and need to see them, I'm totally fine with that. If that's what you need, it's not a problem.
Yeah, because then the alternative would be if we don't have that in place, then this person that we're nominating won't have a seat. That's
Right.
the only thing I want to avoid.
Right, okay, no problem.
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to request that you move on 19. These are reappointments. One reappointment is the chair of the Rent Control Board, and we have a meeting next Wednesday.
That's fine with me, unless some of the council members have questions or concerns and wish for me to follow the directive not to make the appointments this evening. I'm open to discussion. Any discussion, council members?
I just.
Yes,
Oh.
Councilor Lockman.
So I know the way it works on the planning board is that even if your term is expired, and I think you're saying that Alex Morgan's term is expired, you don't leave the board until you're reappointed or someone else is reappointed. So he's still on the board and the chair.
This says effective July 1st, the appointment, so.
Yes, Mayor, if I may, Mr. Morgan's term expires June 30, 2025. But the alternate does expire May 15. And the alternate is Mr. Kane.
But, Town Clerk, please correct me if I'm wrong, but,
You were correct.
yeah, so there's no urgency about appointing anybody for the Rent Control Board tonight.
Well, Mr. Kane is coming on as an alternate. You said the 15th, his time is up?
He currently serves as an alternate, and on the 15th, his term would expire, but to Councilor Lockman's point, he would be a holdover.
Okay.
So he could remain in his seat until the governing body decided that they wanted to thank him for his service.
Okay. I certainly respect the deputy manager's opinion. That is the group that you are closely associated with. If other council members want to weigh in, whatever the will of the council is. Deputy Mayor?
I would not have an issue with moving forward with number 19 because they're reappointments. But everything else, I would like to postpone until the next meeting.
Councilor Williams? No. Councilor Toller?
I'm fine with the reappointments for tonight. If it's going to allow you to continue doing business, I'm fine with that.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. And Councilor Birmingham?
Yep, I'm also fine.
Okay, so I, okay. I'd like to withdraw Resolution 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 from this evening's agenda. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you so very much.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, and thank you very much. So now is the part that many of you are waiting for, and we also look forward to hearing from you. We're going to move on to public comment. Please note, if you don't already know so, that you must be signed in on the sheet next to the podium or up front, and that you're allotted up to a maximum of 3 minutes. Before speaking, please clearly state your name for the record, and if you wish to comment on a pending ordinance listed on this evening's agenda, please make your comment during the public hearing for that ordinance. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Reggie Jenkins, 105 Chestnut Street, on behalf of the Clary Anderson Arena Association. As you may know, this is a resident-run, not-for-profit advocacy group that has been established to advocate for and hopefully fundraise for the maintenance and the improvement of the Clary Anderson rink. But before I go into what I was going to say, I just want to say that I think this council should be applauded. Listening to the proclamations that you just issued, they are acknowledging things that I think we are all proud, as we live in Montclair, are important to this council, the community, the inclusion, to bringing people together, the arts. So to the extent nobody is thanking you for these things, please, thank you. And again, you should be commended for that and for honoring that part of Montclair. Again, I am here for the Clary Anderson Association with Deron Siddons, who is next to me as a trustee. I've waxed poetic about this a long time, and so I'm not going to go through every jot and tittle, but I have 2 points that I want to make for the council. First is, you've heard a lot, I think, of negative talk and noise about the rink, which is misinformed and I think mean-spirited. Please do not listen to that, and please do not listen to anybody who is negatively claiming to be part of our association. There's 3 of us who are the spokesperson for it. It's myself, Mr. Siddons, and Scott Gibson over there. So if you have any questions, and if you want objective responses to that, the rink, the operations, please come to us. Secondly, you heard about the ordinance for the budget that's being introduced, and I do not envy you for going through the numbers there. And in terms of the rink itself, we are not going to go through every jot and tittle now, but the only thing I ask for is this. There are current obligations that the municipality has right now. There is an appropriation from the last council, which is not touched, so right now it is sitting with the township manager. All we ask is to honor the current obligations for the residents, many of whom are sitting here, they need to know where they're going to be in the next season. They need to start planning now. The school needs to be starting planning now. MKA needs to start planning now. And we talked about, and Councilwoman Laughlin stated it very clearly, the concern about withdrawing of grants. Right now, let's not pull the rug out from the rink. Let's not pull the rug out from these citizens who are sitting here. Let us fund what we can to keep the doors open and have the next season have the free skate for the seniors, for the citizens. Let us have some certainty in the short term, and then in the farther term.
Yes, thank you
we
so
are
very,
here to
very
be
much
here to
for coming. I
fundraise for that.
appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next guest, please. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you for hearing me. My name is Scott Gibson, 122 Midland Avenue. And I just handed you a list of all the ice rinks, the municipal ice rinks in New Jersey. We'll go over that in a minute. I heard, been working with Reggie and Darren for the last year and a half, and the previous city council and the previous town manager about trying to improve Clary Anderson. And the conversation that was at the last city council meeting made me understand that there's a misunderstanding about what Clary Anderson is. Clary Anderson is not a hockey rink. It's a very valuable community asset. It improves the town, it improves Essex County, because it's a very rare commodity, right? If you look at the list of rinks here, there are 16, there are 16, you don't have the list of rinks, you have the list of people who use it. So there are 8 youth organizations that use Clary Anderson, including Montclair High and Montclair Kimberly Academy. There's a bunch of clubs. Those are all young kids playing club hockey. We have representatives from the clubs here. Then there are adult groups. There are another 7 adult groups. And then there's a list of 5 people that the management of Clary, 5 groups that have been trying to get ice time at Clary. But ice time is very rare all through New Jersey. There are only 16 municipal rinks in all of New Jersey. And there are, out of that 16, 4 of them are over an hour and 45 minutes to an hour away. So those are not going to be used locally. 6 of them are at least 30 minutes away. Another 5 are 15 or 30 minutes away. So if Clary Anderson closes, that's the end of hockey in Montclair. That's the end of the high school hockey. That's the end of MKA. That's the end of these clubs teams. Because there's not enough ice time in all of New Jersey to fill up to get ice for these people. So that if that rink goes away, you're killing the high school program. I've spoken with the school, and they don't have the budget. They don't have $60,000 for just the ice time. Forget about the buses. Because these kids can't, these are young kids, in 9th grade, 8th grade. They can't drive themselves, so you'd have to do buses to any of these rinks that are half hour to an hour and a half away. So that's something that needs to be considered. I don't think anybody wants to kill a high school sport. I also heard mentioned at the last meeting that we're not in the ice rink business. Well, are we in the tennis court business, or the swimming pool business, or the basketball court business, or the skate park business, right? Those are all amenities for the town, just as this rink is an amenity for the town. That's the way you need to think of it. Not as a hockey rink, because if we fix it up as a really beautiful arena, community arena, we could have a good restaurant in there, a good snack bar, we could have a year-round facility where you could have summer camps there, and it becomes a cash cow for the city. We will make money. It is not, all those other things lose money, right? Basketball courts, pools, they're a drain on the economy. Ice rinks can make money. So please keep that in mind.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Gary Smith. I am this year a 45 year resident of the town. 37 of those years, I ran a small business in Upper Montclair. I'm here to speak in favor of your fixing up the Clary Anderson Arena. My whole family skated there. My daughter figure skated there. My son played on the high school hockey team. In the 1990s, I was co-president of the Hockey Booster Club. We raised money, and quite a number of people labored weekends and nights to build the showers, toilets, and rebuild the locker room there at Montclair. This is a terrific asset to the town. It's a terrific asset for the high school, both high school hockey teams, because the kids can walk from school to the arena. They don't have to be bused. It doesn't take another hour each way. This is a terrific benefit. So I urge you, as a taxpayer, I know it'll cost some money, please fix up the rink. All facilities have a lifetime. It's time for Clary Anderson to get rebuilt. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hello, Council, Mayor. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Ken Lillian. I own the Jersey Wolves Hockey Club, the youth program that's been run out of Clary Anderson for 13 years. Everyone has heard these numbers, but we have 160 families, 40 families in Learn to Play, many, many families from Montclair, and many, many families from the surrounding neighboring towns. The money spent at the rink and, of course, at the farmers market, all the money brought into the town by the rink are extremely important, but I really want to talk about something else. Have you ever seen a 9-year-old score his first goal playing ice hockey and the joy on his face? Yep. Have you ever seen a 5-year-old go to public skate, hold the boards all the way around for hours, finally skate end to end on their own and seen the joy in their face? Have you ever seen parents or grandparents of these kids react to seeing this? Have you ever seen a young figure skater try something over and over, fall 100 times, finally get it right, and see the joy on their face? Have you ever seen a group of teens go to public skate, laugh while trying to teach each other how to skate? Have you ever seen a young couple go holding hands at public skating and seen the joy in their faces? Have you ever seen a group of adults ranging in age from 25 to 70 play an hour and a half of ice hockey at 6 a.m., leave with a great workout and smiles on their faces? How about a teenager working as a skate guard at Clary Anderson Arena and helping someone to learn how to skate? How about 40 kids, say ages 5 to 10, make it across the ice at the Learn to Skate program for the first time? How about all the students watching Montclair versus MKA in the Montclair trophy game, getting so excited, watching their friends compete, so much pride in their town and their school? What about the student athletes who have had the opportunity to represent their town and their school in the arena, experience doing something they love in front of their peers? I witnessed Montclair High School start a women's JV team with a group of teenage women who never played hockey before and some who never skated fall in love with the game and the rink. Do you know how many people, when I tell them who I am and what I do, immediately tell me an amazing memory of having an incredible experience at Clary Anderson Arena? People of all ages. This rink is part of the fabric of Montclair and something else that brings people together, teaches children life lessons, creates community bonds, and bonds that last lifetimes. Having the rink in Montclair and the importance of this rink being measured on this scale is invaluable. The devastating effect the loss would have on Montclair and the local communities cannot be measured. Just look around this room, and the love and support this ice rink has in this room alone is incredible. The impact of closing this rink for the upcoming season would not only be devastating to Montclair, it will have a devastating impact on ice hockey throughout the state. I ask you to look at Clary Anderson in this respect and what it's meant to families in this community for 60 years. I ask you to consider all the life lessons and life experience that children are getting from this space. Please do not take this decision lightly. Go to the rink, see these things I talk about. I understand the need to look at numbers, but the wrong decision here would come at a greater cost than could be measured on paper alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well said, Ken, well said. Thank you all so much for hearing us out. My name's Tim Cook. I'm a fourth-generation Montclair resident. Grew up at Clary Anderson. Now I'm a teacher and coach at Montclair Kimberly Academy. I'm here obviously to speak about Clary Anderson Arena. First, I want to talk about what Clary gave me personally. After my father passed away when I was 9, it gave me innumerable father figures, many of them Montclair residents. So when you talk about the Von Hoffmans, the Guidis, the Healys, the Smiths, Montclair icons that stepped into that role that I wouldn't have had without Clary Anderson. It also gave me the opportunity to get a hockey scholarship to the University of Michigan, get drafted in the NHL in 2003, and things that I never would have had. But more important is what it saved me from. A very different life trajectory if I didn't have that. If I didn't have those other father figures, if I didn't have the support network, if it didn't give me the sense of discipline and self and the future goals that it gave to me because of what Clary Anderson has and continues to give to this community. And I personally know that it did the same for countless other young people in our community. This isn't a rink. This is a home for people that need it. I want to let's honor the community, the commitments made by this council. I know as the previous council, but I consider us all one community. I know that right now there's $286,000 in the Capital Improvement Fund. I consider the bond ordinance 02424 as a promise, and we in Montclair honor our promises. I heard earlier when you're talking about the budget that we're worried about things being clawed back. We're worried about things being clawed back. Everyone in this room is ready to pitch in and give back to the rink that has given us so much. All we're asking for is that opportunity to give back to this rink that really shaped so many of us and brings so many of us from different backgrounds and different interest groups together. So Connor and Ken and so many other people in this room that when we're on the ice competing against each other, it's serious and it's intense, but we all have a common goal and a shared interest, is that helping young people in this community. And the rink is the way that we do that we give back to this community. So I want to thank you so much for having the foresight, having the commitment to honor our promises, and to allow us to restore Clary Anderson to what it can be, a real asset, a real prize jewel of this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for your time and effort. I volunteer a lot of time myself. I know it's often a thankless job, so I appreciate all that you do. My name is Kevin Smith. I was born in Montclair. I've been around the town for the last 43 years. I started playing hockey at Clary Anderson Arena when I was 10 years old. I'm a proud graduate of the high school here in Montclair. I played varsity hockey in the late 90s here. My sister was a figure skater that also skated at Clary for many years. I can honestly say that playing hockey and growing up playing and being on the ice at Clary was one of the best experiences of my life. I mean, it taught me discipline, it taught me teamwork, it gave me friendships that last to this day. In fact, many of my friends and I from high school still play in some of the men's leagues at Clary. We skate Sunday nights. Many of the guys are in the room here tonight. It's a network, and opportunities that have come out of the rink have really been truly incredible. Both my kids also play now. I have a 13-year-old boy and a 9-year-old girl who both play and are part of the Wolves program. They've been on the ice for almost the last, pretty much since they could walk. I've had the honor of coaching them in many of the leagues that they've been involved in, and I can see firsthand how important the rink is, not just for developing athletes, but for building confidence, community, and the character in the kids that we're all involved in. It was mentioned earlier, one thing I'd like to stress is how limited the ice availability is in New Jersey holistically. Rinks are in really short supply, so shutting down one facility, even for a short period of time, has a ripple effect and really can impact a number of not just Montclair families, but broader families and athletes across the region. Many youth programs, it's really impossible to just find alternative time. So you have to really think hard about the timing of when facilities get upgraded. Montclair is incredibly fortunate to have its own rink. Clary Anderson brings people there every week, every Saturday morning. Pretty much this whole group is there. They're buying coffee in the local towns. They're going to the farmers market. People are stopping at restaurants. They're a really big part of the local economy. So thinking about it holistically, I think, is really important. Closing during the season, I think, would be a major setback. I think the council should really consider the timing and horizon as you think about upgrades. No doubt it does need some upgrades. I mean, you can walk around, many of the things probably look the same as when I was playing in high school. But you should think about the timing and when that can be done. And there are a lot of alternatives. A number of towns have put up temporary rinks for the time that it takes to rebuild bigger facilities. So I think the town council should really consider it, all the options as they think about the rebuild. But thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Lillian, and I'm speaking on behalf of the New Jersey Youth Hockey League.
I'm sorry, would you say your name again, please?
My name is Suzanne Lillian.
Thank you.
And I am speaking on behalf of the New Jersey Youth Hockey League. I'm going to read a letter from the president. I'm actually the master scheduler, but I'm here on behalf of her. Dear Mayor Baskerville and members of the Township Council, I'm the president of the New Jersey Youth Hockey League, and I'm writing to ask you to keep Clary Anderson open and to invest in repairing and upgrading the building. 4 NJYHL clubs skate at Clary Anderson Arena: Jersey Wolves, Nutley Clifton Horse Pirates, New Jersey Colonials, and Montclair Blues. Team selections occur in March and April, and if Clary Anderson closes, hundreds of hockey players will be left without a place to play during the 2025-26 season. This would affect not only the young athletes who play for these clubs, many of whom are Montclair residents, but it would also negatively impact all of our member organizations and players. While the health of the NJYHL is obviously my main concern, I understand that it is your responsibility to serve the residents of Montclair. Fortunately, keeping Clary Anderson open also benefits the township. Municipalities across the country are investing millions of dollars in constructing new athletic facilities because youth sports are relatively recession-proof. And these establishments attract families who patronize local restaurants, stores, and other businesses. Over 200 out-of-town families come to Clary Anderson on the average weekend during the youth hockey season, and many of them spend money in the community while they are here. Clary Anderson also provides jobs for dozens of people who work as skate guards, engineers, office staff, cleaning personnel, concession workers, skate rental attendants, and ice hockey officials. Numerous additional jobs will be created for engineers, electricians, plumbers, HVAC technicians, and others when the facility is repaired and upgrades begin. In addition to the youth hockey programs who use Clary Anderson, the Montclair High School and Montclair Kimberly Academy ice hockey programs call this facility a home. The rink also hosts public skates, learn-to-play programs, freestyle sessions, private hockey, men's league games, birthday parties, school events, church outings, and community programs. Many young people and older people put on skates for the first time at Clary Anderson Arena. The rink even provides a location for local students to learn and practice filming techniques. Over the past decade, the landscape of youth hockey has changed as an increasing number of rinks are privately owned by individuals or private equity firms. Places like Clary Anderson Arena are becoming more rare, and Montclair has a unique opportunity to serve the community by investing in the repairs necessary to keep it open. Sincerely, Kelly N.J.S.A. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Number 8.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Mitchell Steinberg. I'm here with my daughter Chloe, who is a resident of Montclair. We're here to address the problem that we're having with the unhomed people that are congregating more or less on Bloomfield Ave and Midland Ave. We have seen a large increase in problems since last summer, and we're hoping that there can be a better solution to what is happening in our neighborhood. So there's always been some problems. When you have a store, there's always problems, but lately it's gotten out of hand. Our business, Pizzazzed, 11 Midland, had an attempted break-in last September. The alarm went off, causing noise to our neighbors. The police came down. This happened around 2 or 3 in the morning. I was 3 hours away at the time and had to drive up. We've never had this problem before, and we've been here since 2018. So really, it's gotten worse just in the last year. And we think that there are other great cities, towns that perhaps we could learn from, that there could be a better way of handling this. We think that having the mesh center where the old office restaurant used to be could be, or probably is, maybe at the root of the problem. Perhaps there might be another location that could be better, not so much in the heart of this great city, right smack in the heart of the business center. We've witnessed, of course, vagrancy, urination. Some of our customers have been intimidated. As I said, we've been attempted break-in with a crowbar, and it's not been good since last summer. We're hoping that there can be a new solution to this. We're sympathetic to the plight of the unhomed, but to have it smack in the heart of our great town it doesn't seem to be the right solution. Also, perhaps if the police could be present when they are congregating there, or perhaps when they disband afterwards, to make sure that the neighborhood is safe. I think that a lot of people in our part of Montclair don't feel very safe anymore. I've worked 35 years in Manhattan.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. When the buzzer goes, that's your 3 minutes, but thank you.
All
And
right.
yes, we're addressing that concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next guest, please.
Hello, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, and I want to echo sentiments said earlier about being grateful for your public service. Both my parents served on the local governing body where I grew up, and I know it can sometimes be a thankless mayor. My mother was the first woman mayor, only woman mayor of the town where I grew up in Passaic County, so thank you for your service. I come here as a parent of 2 of my children go to Montclair Kimberly Academy, and I want to mention, as somebody who doesn't live in town, some of the tangible benefits that Clary Anderson and the hockey community have brought to this, at least through my personal story. I was unaware of the great rivalry between Montclair and Montclair Kimberly Academy before I came here.
Can you give us your name, please?
I'm sorry, Michael Duhame. Sorry, Mike Duhame.
Mike who?
Duhame. Sorry, my last name.
Thank you.
Duhame. Sorry about that. And that rivalry is the best of this community from what I've seen. It is incredible in terms of the sportsmanship, the intensity, and but also the great mutual respect that the players have for each other, the coaches have for each other. But that brought me into this community, into Montclair, in a different way in terms of me wanting to spend more time here. And I invested in getting a place where I could work from here. That means I bought a place, I paid a realtor, I've now paid property taxes. I'm now thinking of moving my entire small business here. I'd be bringing 20 employees here. I was just looking at real estate today. That would be a 6-figure annual investment in terms of rent, be paying another realtor. I'd have people here buying coffee, buying bagels, lunch every day, and that really happens out of Clary. I grew up coming to Clary even though I didn't live in this town, and what Clary means to this community is incredible, but I just wanted to be aware of some of the tangible economic benefits that it's bringing to the town through what it's meant in terms of bringing me and my family into this community and welcoming us as part of this community. So we appreciate it. Secondly, I wear a different hat as I run a nonprofit youth hockey club in a different part of the state, and we would do anything to have an asset like Clary Anderson. We wish that our communities had the foresight many years ago to bring this, and please don't let this go away. It's such an asset to the community, and so many people will wish you had it back. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, my name is Emmy Smith. I play hockey for the Jersey Wolves, and I love it so much. I go to the rink more than 5 hours every week. That's a lot of time skating, practicing, and playing games with my team. Hockey makes me happy. It helps me make friends, work hard, and be strong. If you close our rink during hockey season, we won't have anywhere to go, but we won't get to practice or play together, and I'll probably just be stuck home doing homework and maybe chores. Please don't close the rink now. We need it to play, have fun, chase our dreams. Thank you for listening.
Wow. I'm not sure I can follow that. Scott,
You can't.
resident here for a very short amount of time. I've only lived here 13 years. I have 3 children. All 3 of them learned how to skate. It's not on. I'm going to start again. Scott Mixer. And the point what my fellow hockey fan just made, I think, is wow, is what I said, is because I'm not sure I can follow that. I just wanted to note that as a resident of this community, that Clary is an asset that I think we've just heard from several people said the same thing, that I think that we can't let go away. And there's a difference between something that we utilize and certain groups utilize, but when we think about the asset in itself as part of the fabric of the community, there's a lot of people here tonight that are going to tell you that, but there's many more people watching at home who have concerned interest in this as well. But we think about how having that specific asset exists for us and really serves a community of people, and it's part of the fabric of Montclair. And so I'm not coming here to tell you that my team's going to be left without that or anything like that, although I do play adult hockey, and my 3 kids all learned how to skate there, and 2 of them do play hockey, some at the high school and other places. But the truth is that it's such an awesome feeling to have an asset like that in your community when you go other places, and people come here for it too. And so our job to really prepare everyone else and to make sure that we can continue to use that facility is to fix it, not to close it. And we also, and the last point I want to make here too, is that you have concerned citizens and many of us who are willing to help. I mean, everything from swinging a hammer, let alone raising funds to do such a thing. There isn't a scenario that I can fathom that would warrant the shutting down of this facility or making it go away just because of the sheer support that you can see from this community. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stu Kennedy. I'm here to comment in support of the Complete Streets Director and Oversight Board. I am with a group called Grove Street Greenway. Probably haven't heard of us yet. We're pretty new. It's a collaboration between Montclair Climate Action and Bike Bus. Some other organizations, but we're really leading the way. So I probably don't have to tell any of you that Grove Street is statistically the most accident prone here in Montclair. I think it was great dropping the speed limit. That's a right move. Adding the plastic bollards, right move. But if you live close to Grove Street like I do, you know that that hasn't really impacted the speed of traffic. What does impact the speed of traffic, it turns out, research from Rutgers shows, is giving the cars a little bit less room. Bike lanes. Bike lanes would do a great job. We've already collected signatures from like 200 of our neighbors in the comment supporting a bike lane on Grove Street. These are folks who, in the comment sections, talk about their own safety. Adults like me want the benefits of active transit, worry about being out on the streets. Of course, parents with kids, you drive along in the morning, you see the bus stops. These are kids who have to cross the street. Parents are nervous, rightfully so. We've seen the statistics. So what do? We get all these signatures. Where do we go? It's exciting to know that we have funding to support bike infrastructure, active transit, and it's great to hear that we might be able to get a director and an oversight board to help implement and listen to the community and build infrastructure in a way that's collaborative and supports another great benefit to our town. So really excited to support the effort and looking forward to the vote. I'll say also, since I maybe have a little bit of time left, I have a lot of hockey people in my life, and I have a small child. I moved to this town just before I had said small child, and it's just nice to know that the arena's in town and that it's another option that my kid could potentially pursue. And all these other hockey folks, I know what ice time is. I've heard those conversations, so it's a neat thing to have around. So I'll throw my support in for that too. Thanks.
Cool. Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hello.
For your time. How are you? So my name is Anthony Simolo. I am a co-owner of Vanity Salon at 9 Midland Avenue, Vanity Salon, co-owner. This is my business partner, Nicole Piccioni. I have worked in town for 28 years. I worked here when I was still a student in high school. Montclair was always a home away from home for me, so much so that we decided to open a business. I opened a business when I was 21 years old, and now we are in business 21 years. It's been a long road, and it's been wonderful to be here. Montclair served us amazing throughout the years. And now, for the last 13 years, we've owned our building on Midland Avenue, and we've created a successful culture and business integrated into this town. And Montclair has always been something that we both believed in. With that said, the Montclair that I started at when I was 15, 16 years old, and the Montclair that I own a business at now is a little bit different. I still love the town. I have a passion for the town, but I'm a little bit nervous. I'm here on behalf of the conversation about the unhoused and it's the violence and it's the situations that have been coming up that we're having to deal with on almost a daily basis, multiple times a day. Yeah, the MESH program is a wonderful organization. I'm not here to question what the organization does. I think it's wonderful. I think the location is causing major issues for us business owners. I'm here on behalf of my fellow business owners that are also here with us, Bicycle Shop, the art gallery, Mitch from Pizzazz. We have Jaipur Yoga. It goes from Midland Avenue, wrapping around to Bloomfield Avenue. Our clients and our patrons are, well, I don't want to use the word petrified, but they're petrified sometimes, especially at night, to leave our business. And sometimes we're actually getting cancellations because they're afraid to come, especially if during the winter time when it's darker out. They're really getting harassed in the parking lots. And the issue is that they're not just unhoused, it's they're inebriated, they're drinking, they're spending a lot of time at the liquor store, and right now what we're noticing, because we're monitoring the situation, is they're going from MESH to the liquor store, and Nicole can touch on some of the topic as well.
Yes, I think Anthony hit the nail on the head here. It's become a fearful situation for myself, for our clients, for the young kids that we're trying to train and build careers there. They're scared to walk outside. There's constant harassment, nudity, urination, drugs. They're just sleeping outside of our business.
Doping over on the
And, I'm scared. And I've been in Montclair for 35 plus years. I love Montclair. I have never felt this way as badly as I feel in the past year, and it just seems to be getting worse and worse, and it's a concern. It's a huge concern for all of our neighboring businesses. It's a concern for my daughter that works in my salon. I'm scared for her to go down to Sweet Kitchen and get a coffee. I mean, I grew up on these streets. I grew up walking all around. We grew up, we love Montclair, but something has to change. It is not a good location for MESH. What's coming in from Irvington, Newark, these aren't even the Montclair
They're not Montclair
unhoused
residents,
people.
that's the
These
issue.
are
They're being
unhoused
bused in.
people from Irvington and Newark. What about the Montclair issue? That's not even being addressed. So how are we bringing people from other towns and when we have a problem at hand in this town? So that is definitely our concern. Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, my name is Karen Sapansky, and I live at 40 Nishwain Road in the 4th Ward. I'm here today to speak in favor of a resolution to support the Climate Superfund Act and to urge the council to aggressively advocate with our state legislators to get this bill passed now. The Climate Superfund Act is a necessary but not unprecedented law. It would make the fossil fuel industry that knew and lied about the effects of burning fossil fuels on our environment pay for some of the damage that they have caused. By prioritizing profits over people, the fossil fuel industry is responsible for the extreme weather events, flooding, droughts, and wildfires that we are now experiencing at a more frequent basis. This is a fact, and we are well past the point of debating whether climate change is caused by burning fossil fuels. The Climate Superfund Act simply mandates that the companies that caused the harm should pay for cleaning up the mess that they made. I moved to Montclair 35 years ago when an EPA trailer was sitting at the end of my block due to the fact that some company had dumped toxic materials that were buried in my neighborhood. Through the federal Superfund, we were able to remove those toxic materials and clean up my neighborhood. The law works in exactly the same way, with fossil fuel companies paying into a fund that would then go to help communities recover from the effects of climate change, build green infrastructure, and make communities more resilient. People living in New Jersey should not have to pay for the damage caused by corporate greed. More than 12 states have now filed lawsuits against the fossil fuel industry and are considering making the polluters pay legislation, in addition to New York and Vermont, which have already passed climate Superfund laws. For example, in response to the devastating wildfires in Hawaii last year, Hawaii filed a lawsuit against the largest oil and gas companies, and Hawaii's lawsuit comes as Trump rescinds disaster relief programs and pulls back on FEMA funding that is already strained by increasing climate disasters and is disproportionately dispersed along lines of race and class. A recent national poll reported that 71% of likely voters agreed that FEMA funds would be insufficient to help them recover in the event of climate disaster. That leaves the burden of recovery costs on all of us, the taxpayers. State and local governments do not have the money or the capacity to deal with the scope of this problem. So it's time to make the polluters pay for the damage they have caused. This is a no-brainer. So I ask the council, stop wasting time on moving this resolution from agenda to agenda to agenda, and just pass the resolution so that you can become part of the solution and not add to an already worsening problem.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Jordan Hirschhorn, and I'm going to break up the party just a little bit by just thanking you guys, actually, because one of the things that I've noticed from this council is the responsiveness from every single member on this board, particularly with regards to matters of transportation and safety on our streets. It's something that you guys clearly care deeply about, and I clearly did not read the rules closely enough. I will stick around and comment in the appropriate pending ordinance comment period, but I just wanted to thank you all for all of your attention to some of the serious issues. I've actually lived in every single ward in Montclair, and I can say that there have been there have been major changes to every single ward in terms of stop signs, intersections, bump outs, all of that make our streets safer, make kids walking to school and back from school safer, make bike bus safer, everything. So there's obviously more work to do, but the fact that you guys are actually working on it and there are actually visible changes here, I think is huge. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jordan. Next guest, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Council, Mayor Dr. Baskerville. I appreciate your time. Some of the local businesses have come up tonight. I am the owner of Jaipur Yoga. We're on Bluefield Avenue. We've spoken with some of you privately about the conditions that we're facing, and we've come tonight just to make it clear that we are really suffering.
Can you give us your name, please?
Lauren Riggiola.
Oh, thank you. I spoke to you last night. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And I appreciate all of your attention and time, but we're asking the local government to address this safety concern with immediate measures to make it safe for our staff, for our customers, and for our businesses. Our customers are being harassed going in and out. Our entranceways are being blocked with men urinating or taking off their clothes or dancing and yelling and cursing and calling us names. If we ask them to leave, we are threatened. By the time the police come, they're gone. And there's really no recourse for us. In the 12 years that I've had the business there, I never had cameras. I never had security. It wasn't necessary. Now we do. And it scares me that I have young women working at the front desk and they call and they're afraid. Or I have tween Ariel and there's young girls in there and their parents say, there's a man outside taking off his shirt and blocking the door. So we ask you, we understand that there's competing interests, but we ask you to please make this a priority. Do something to make it safe. On another note, my husband has stage 4 pancreatic cancer. It's metastasized. The one thing that gets him up every day is playing hockey at Clary Anderson. He is a longtime Montclair resident. If I ask him to go to dinner, he says, no, I have hockey on Monday morning. So I hear these men, and I just want to reinforce, and women, that Clary Anderson is a place of community. Montclair is a place of community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Andy Weinstein. I would first just like to thank all of the parents, all of the players, all of the coaches, everyone who came out here to share with you the reason why Clary Anderson is so important. I grew up here, and 3 minutes goes fast, so bear with me here. I grew up here. I played hockey here. I graduated from Montclair High School in class of '94. I know I look younger, right? So, however, and now I'm fortunate enough to call myself an assistant coach of the Montclair High School hockey team. I stand here, though, the views I express tonight are solely my own and not of anyone else's. Although I believe very strongly that you've heard more than enough about why the rink is important, how it's so integrated into our community. But let's talk about what your concerns are practically. You're sitting here, money does not grow on trees. You have an asset that is clearly valuable to the community in many ways, not just emotionally, but practically, fiscally. So there are a number of solutions you have. And let's talk about the solutions that may not require any money. So I think for right now, what the people who are sitting behind me as well as myself are asking for is not for the township necessarily to commit any money necessarily right now. There are certain things that we can do to better and improve the rink without spending money. But for now, we're asking for a vote of confidence, as in this is an important piece of our community and we want it to stay here. The rink could, and I understand, I hear loud and clear the concern, well, we're not in the management of running a rink, but this committee, this commission here, this council could create an advisory committee that is comprised of people who are informed and well-intentioned who would like to be a steward of this asset here. This isn't something that would cost any money. You have a number of, you would probably have, I bet there's nearly 50 people behind me nodding right now saying that they would be willing to volunteer their time. Not just, and this could be something that whether it's, and I apologize, I don't know whether it's a commission, an advisory, whatever it is, it's volunteers, it's doing that. This council is, or a portion thereof is going to be determining who will be the next operator of the rink. That rink can be profitable. You can hire somebody to operate the rink who will be a steward without the town spending any money. If there are upgrades made to that rink, it will lower your overhead costs. And there are ways to manage that asset so that it is not sitting squarely in your lap here. And I think that's probably a practical solution that creates a win-win situation. Any renovations can be done incrementally while also, and that's it. While also just wrapping up here, any renovations can be done incrementally, which lower overhead, and also we can raise money for a large-scale renovation. But there are practical solutions that cost nothing. So thank you for your time. Thank you for believing in us.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, I'm Madeline Gale, a resident of Montclair.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rabina Spence, and I am the president of Out Montclair and also the board chair and also a co-founder.
I'm a co-founder too. Anyway, we noticed on the agenda for tonight that you will be discussing the resolution for the flag raising for Pride, so we came here just to speak in favor of it. I'm also here for a few other reasons, and so for one thing, as I said, I'm in support of the resolution for the LGBTQIA+ Progress Pride flag raising on Tuesday, June 3rd. Pride Month is a national holiday, which means it's already government endorsed, and it does not go against core government values, and it has a particular historical context behind it, which contributes to equality. For those that might say it's political, raising the flag is not necessarily political, nor does it censor the content of those who may disagree, but simply it represents our local governments and many of our town's residents' core values of equality and inclusion. Raising a Progress Pride flag is important because it acknowledges and affirms our LGBTQIA+ existence and that we are recognized as valuable members of our town and society. The Progress Pride flag visually represents the diversity of identities within the LGBTQIA community, including those who are orphaned, marginalized, and underrepresented. And it symbolizes inclusion, solidarity, and an ongoing progress within the LGBTQIA community and beyond. The flag also serves as a reminder that the fight for LGBTQIA rights is ongoing, especially with the attempts at erasing and silencing our trans and non-binary members of our community. And there's still clearly much work to be done to create a more inclusive and equitable society. So I also wanted to announce that Out Montclair will again be having our 4th annual Montclair Pride Festival presented by Audi on Saturday, June 14th from 12 to 6 p.m. And we'll have 2 weeks of pre-Pride events that will soon be posted. And this Thursday we'll be creating a Pride collage at Keep Creating from 7 to 9 for those that may be interested in joining us. So you can register at outmontclair.org. I also wanted to say I'm pleased that this council recognizes and celebrates so many cultural groups, as you did tonight with Jewish History Month and AAPI Heritage Month. Montclair is a fabric woven with so many, and acknowledging each one is important, so thank you for that. Lastly, I'm here in support of the Vision Zero Complete Streets Ordinance, Policy, Advisory Board, and Director. Our town has to do everything we can for safer streets now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi. My name is Tina Reitz. I'm a resident of the town. I came in support of the business owners along Bloomfield Ave to deal with the situation we've been talking about tonight. I just came to give you my perspective as a resident, right? I've lived off of Bloomfield Ave since 2018. And over the past couple of years, I've actually been scared. And I walk my dog up and down Bloomfield Ave every day, and I'm constantly harassed. Last week I was followed just for walking past someone. He chased me, cursed at me, followed me down the street, went around the corner, met my friends, and he tried to fight my friend who was protecting me, who was also a business owner. So this is like an ongoing problem, right? A week before that, I'm walking up the street and 2 workers from Faubourg are coming out. There was a group of them. They chased us out into the street on Bloomfield on oncoming traffic because they wouldn't let us pass, right? So this is like, you know, really, as a resident, scary, right? I'm scared to walk my dog. You know, it's just, it's out of hand. I do have empathy, believe me, for the unhoused. Like, I really, really do. But this is a different situation. There's plenty of nice, calm, polite people out there, right? But this is a different group, and it's you know, I know you said you're going to address it, but I just want to give you my point. And I just want to bring up too, like, there's a ton of empty businesses on Bloomfield Ave, right? If I was a store owner looking for someone I would never rent if I went up and saw what is happening out there. Right. Defecation on the street. I've seen it. Defecation, urination, vomiting, sleeping, like cardboard boxes. Like it's, you know, as a resident, like this is like, you know, I don't know what else to say, but thank you. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Number 22.
Hi, Council. Connor Smith here, 218 Park Street. I am the varsity head coach of Montclair High School hockey and a professor at Montclair State in audio production and entrepreneurship. I am a fourth generation Smith in this town. I moved away a couple years ago and came back to my hometown. A lot of legacy in my family. Some of you may know some of my family members. Joan Smith, she's 94 years old. Had a lot to do with our public busing system in the 60s with the Montclair public schools. That was a model that was used all the way in Atlanta to diversify education. My Aunt Betsy Smith, everything she's done for inclusive education in this town cannot be understated. Try to think about my legacy in this town and what my role is, and that's what brought me back here. I always knew I'd come back to coach this hockey team. I grew up here. I remember skating at Clary Anderson. It's the first time I held a girl's hand in 5th grade. I didn't have much riz, but I could skate. It's where it was my first job. I've been coaching the team for 4 years now, and after our big games, the Montclair Cup, I walk over to the glass, and I see my wife holding my 1-year-old son in his Mountie shirt, banging on the glass. Brings tears in my eyes just thinking about the day that he'll play in Montclair. And then I turn around, and I see everybody here on the ice. I see my arch rival for an hour and a half, Tim Cook, who turns out to be a good friend moments later after the game. And I look at the kids that I coach, and I see family. There's a family that's been built here. That's what brought me back to this town. And when I think about the rink, I think about what we're saving. That's what we're saving. We're saving a community of people who really love each other. Hundreds of people at that rink. I think when Coach Weinstein spoke, probably a few people were nervous in here for a second, because we do need some money, Coach, just as a reminder. But he's not wrong about all the things that this community will happily step up and do for free in a heartbeat. I do not speak on behalf of the Clary Association, as there's 3 of them. But a lot of us, if not all of us, do really support their mission and their goal and their strategy to raise these funds. And what we really need to keep our family together is just to get the ball rolling. If you guys can do the most basic, I'm really confident that so many people will come in and donate to this cause. It will come in droves. They need the confidence from you, from the town, that they can see that the ball is rolling. Please keep our family together. Thank you so much.
23. Number 23. Miss Avey, it's your turn.
Sarah Avery, Montclair resident. I wish people cared as much about transparency and accountability as they do about the ice skating rink. Recently, the Brian Lair program on WNYC interviewed Sean Spiller, one of 6 Democratic candidates running for governor of New Jersey. I'm a retired certified public accountant and a tax-exempt organization subject matter expert. I have been investigating Sean Spiller for nearly 2 years now and have accumulated over 5,000 documents revealing evidence of laws violated by Spiller as president of the NJEA and as the one-term failed mayor of Montclair. I called in at the beginning of the Spiller segment and was placed on hold for over half an hour, the duration of the segment, and was not permitted on air. Listening to the segment, I was struck by how unprepared Brian Lair was. Spiller claimed that he designed healthcare plans that saved billions. Then why did he claim eligibility for healthcare coverage from Montclair when he was covered by the NJEA plan? Sean Spiller was famously subpoenaed for claiming health benefits he wasn't entitled to. Much has been written about this. How could Brian Lair let Spiller make this claim unchallenged? Spiller also claims that he worked with developers in Montclair to make Montclair more affordable. But you need to earn at least $120,000 a year to rent an apartment in Montclair, where monthly rents average over $3,000 a month. Most teachers earn far less. Spiller also claims he is financially responsible. So why did he give the Township of Glen Ridge a $20 million discount on fire services despite public opposition burdening Montclair residents with the cost? He also claimed he is the most transparent of all. Then why did he plead the fifth over 400 times in his deposition in the Rao case? Spiller even pled the fifth to the question. Quote, "You have a full-time job right now as the president of the New Jersey Education Association since September of 2021, correct?" Answer, quote, "Upon the advice of counsel, I assert my Fifth Amendment privilege and respectfully decline to answer your question." Simple questions to ask if Lair had done any homework. It is disappointing when public radio gives someone like Sean Spiller a platform to lie repeatedly with impunity and makes you wonder who is protecting democracy.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'd rather be here advocating for Clary Anderson or the various recommendations the Board of Adjustment has made that have not moved forward, but I'm here, as you know, on Woodman Field. Municipal land use law provides that no zoning ordinance governing the use of land by or for schools shall by any of its provisions or by any regulation adopted in accordance therewith discriminate between public and private, nonprofit day schools or elementary or high school grade accredited by the State Department of Education. The township in its zoning ordinance treats public and private schools exactly the same. Board of Adjustment has approved numerous facilities at MKA and Cody Field for Immaculate Conception, yet we have yet to see the Board of Education. You received both our brief and the brief filed by the baseball parents. The baseball parents brief thoughtfully does not discuss the regulations adopted by the Department of Education, which make clear that they are obligated to apply to the Board of Adjustment. The Educational Facilities and Construction Act and the Department of Education regulations define other facilities as athletic stadiums, swimming pools, and any associated structures, including grandstands. The Department of Education letter to the Board of Education bolded those very same facilities, and in bold said, attain all other approvals. Everyone ignores that sentence, all other approvals either applies to all the facilities or just the other facilities, but it doesn't mean nothing. The Department of Education regulations further defines other capital projects, which are both other facilities and projects or portions of projects that are 100% locally funded. The Department of Education letter clearly specified a bunch of the facilities, including the ones we're talking about, are not funded by the state, and hence, even if they're not other facilities, would still have to come to the Board of Adjustment. When the Educational Facilities and Construction Act was amended in 2007, that legislation included an amendment to the municipal land use law, amending the C variance provisions, which deal with bulk variances, to say when considering a C2 variance, the board should consider the purposes of the Educational Facilities and Construction Act, as well as municipal land use law purposes. Why would they do that if bulk variances are not subject to Board of Adjustment review? I have a little more, but
Good point. Thank you so much. Next guest, please.
Mayor, number 25 to 28, those residents turning their number because they want to speak behalf of the ordinance for the public comment. So we go to the last one now, is number 29.
I was watching from home, and I was watching the wonderful budget presentation. Thank you, Mr. Moss, Mr. Al. It was really nice. I'm surprised at what you managed to do in such a very challenging year to put together a budget, so thank you for that. I imagine it was a lot of work to arrive where we arrived with the budget. And Carmel Hoffman asked a great question, whether we have
Excuse me,
more
can you
police
just please state your name
I'm
for
so
the
sorry.
record? So,
I'm
we know
Mariana.
who you
I'm
are.
so sorry. I'm Mariana Horta. I'm a Montclair resident. I live on Gordonhurst. Carmel asked how many whether the number of police officers and firefighters we have is comparable to that of towns of similar size. It's a very easy answer to this question. The Department of Community Affairs put out a user-friendly budget database showing the user-friendly budgets for every town in the state. Of course, some towns don't report their data, so when I pulled the towns with between 30,000 and 50,000, which I have for you there, we are missing data on 4 of them. And the average is 77 police officers and 23 firefighters, against the 112 police officers from Montclair and 77 firefighters. The reason, I think our police department does a lot of things that have nothing to do with police. They're busy, but you could have people who earn less do those things, and it cost us less, and you don't need to lay off anyone, because there's a lot of turnover in the police department. So last year we hired 25 officers. We could have hired 10 officers and 15 people to do other things that the police is currently doing. So I think that really is room for improvement there. And on the firefighter side, the reason the average is so low is because most towns have all volunteer fire departments. But some towns have something that I think is very efficient and very smart, which is they allow volunteers. They have part volunteer and part professional fire departments. And that would allow us to spend a lot less on overtime and spend a lot less in the fire department. And hopefully it could even out, because Montclair taxpayers are paying a lot more for their fire services than Glen Ridge is. So over the next 10 years, if you had some volunteers and you had a smaller professional fire department without laying anyone off, just letting it get smaller by attrition and hiring volunteers, perhaps you could get to a point where Montclair taxpayers pay as much as Glen Ridge taxpayers. And that would be a matter of fairness, because we're paying a lot more, and Montclair has all of the risk. They have a contract that says exactly how much they'll pay. You, every year, have a huge increase in overhead costs through the health insurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Mayor, that's all.
That's the last one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That brings us up to the pending ordinances for second hearing. Oh. Is that on here? Is it in here? Oh. Right here. Resolution introducing the year 2025 municipal budget pursuant to NJSA 40A:4-5. Would anyone wish?
Second. Oh, sorry.
Okay. You- And I so move.
Ready,
Madam
okay.
Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now, we're going to just start with Councilman D'Amato. Please, would you start with pending ordinance 0-25-13?
I would be delighted.
Thank you.
O-25-13 ordinance amending Chapter 297 Streets and Sidewalks of the Township's revised general ordinance to establish a complete streets policy and create a complete streets director and oversight board, and I so move.
Second. I'm going to, well, first, are there any council members that wish to discuss that any further than we already have? I'm going to open the public hearing.
Yeah.
I saw a hand up. Councilor Toller?
Yes. I just wanted to know if there's an area here where we're talking about hiring, and I'm just wondering if, when you say that you're going to, I guess we are going to look for 2 members of the public who have experience in transportation planning, or are members, it's number 4 under membership, organization, powers, and duties. I'm just wondering if we can add some additional language to that, because if this is going to be complete streets, we need to make sure it's complete Montclair. And I don't know if 2 members of the public are enough. Should we increase it to 4 members, at least 1 from every ward, because every ward has a different situation or scenario?
I'm sorry, where are you on this?
You're on, under membership, organization, powers, and duties.
Page? What page? What page?
It says 2 of 11.
2 of 11?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's item
Okay.
number 4.
Okay.
You know, like I said, my concern is, I can't say the 2 people that we select or that volunteer, et cetera, may know every aspect of every ward. I'm just wondering if there's a way to make sure that this is equitable for all wards, and that there's a member from every ward represented in this body of some way, shape, or form.
Councilor D'Amato?
We sort of nailed down the specifics of this ordinance in March or February, even. I mean, it had like very long, drawn-out stuff about who would be on the board, and one of the prime considerations was basically just that it not be unwieldy in size, and also not be dominated by people who are not in the administration, so that this was carefully looked at. And I would say 2 things. One is, we can always amend later if it seems like it's a problem, rather than holding off on this incredibly important thing, which a lot of advocates and regular people have been waiting months or years for us to do. And the second thing is, I would very much agree that when you look at the 5 positions that would be delegated to the oversight board from the council collectively, that you would obviously be wanting to look for representation geographically at a minimum.
Yeah, I
So-
understand how long this has been, and I know that I emailed and asked this a while back, but it never made the document. I'm happy to go with this today, and we can look at an amendment for down the road. But again, to make this equitable for all, because every area of Montclair operates and has different issues, I can't say that 2 members of the public are going to be able to speak for every single ward and whatever the issues or concerns are.
Right, but there will also be 3 members of the council. So,
Again,
Okay.
if we're looking for members of the public is what it says here, so I'm not asking for administration, I'm asking for residents. to
Deputy Mayor?
So, I just want to emphasize the intent of the Oversight Board, after much discussion, was for this to be very much a working board that reviews checklists, that reviews priority projects. And so the expectation was that the individuals who are appointed to serve on this board are going to have some level of expertise. And there's a specific reason why we wanted the majority of the people to be staff members. And that is because we wanted to make sure that this body is accountable, okay, to implement the various aspects of the ordinance. And that being said, number one, I just wanted to point out one thing. I happen to think that the Vision Zero Task Force actually has made a concerted effort to make sure that improvements are done in every ward. And I think that's reflected in, what's been presented. And the other thing is, the ordinance specifically says that a responsibility of this oversight board is to make sure that public input is sought with respect to the transportation projects. So it's not as if, public input from people in all areas of town is going to be shut out. And so I think that there is enough in this ordinance without needing to amend it further and delay its passage that protects the interests of residents in all 4 wards.
I'm going to open the public hearing without objection. Is there anyone present here who wishes to be heard in relation to the proposed ordinance? You may come forward.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. I felt unprepared without my middle number. My name is Eric Pearson. I live on Dodge Street. Previously lived on Claremont, and I'm an enthusiastic member of the bike bus as well as the newly forming Grove Street Greenway project. My family and I moved here 14 years ago. We came to Montclair for the restaurants, the open spaces, the schools, the culture, and the interpersonal connections of this town. We did not come for malls or ample parking or wide, fast roads, and I don't think that's what attracts people to visit our town and to support our town and to move to our town. So I just wanted to once again reaffirm my enthusiasm to reinvest in what makes Montclair such a gem in New Jersey. To continue to support the Complete Streets Ordinance with high-quality hires and continued budget commitments. I believe this ordinance will support the economy of Montclair by making it a continued high desirable destination for people to come and visit. It'll support the safety, both of drivers and pedestrians and bikers. It'll also support transit equity for opening up pathways for people in all wards to reach all parts of the town, as well as obviously there's health and climate benefits. I also hear some more car-oriented advocates with concerns about traffic. I actually think this ordinance can improve traffic because I try to just take my car when I have to, and if the streets were safer, I would take my car less, and there'd be less traffic. In closing, my 7 and 9-year-old daughters cross Grove Street every day. We use it to get to school, dining, and shopping. And this will continue to be the primary voting issue for my family as well as our neighbors. And so I just picture a Montclair whose streets are as vibrant and welcoming as the people who live here. Lastly, I have your back. A lot of us have your back. Continue to please tell us what we can do to support and move this forward. It's a lot of work, but I hope we run into it unblinking and without hesitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward, please, to be heard on this ordinance?
Yeah, hi, Sarah Avery, Montclair resident. I don't think I've gone through a ordinance before in my 2-year career of tearing apart the documents of the Township of Montclair. But I took a read, and I did have a couple of comments. Ooh, little bug there. Let's see. If you read along. So the Complete Streets Director, it says shall be, top of page 4 of 11, be a dedicated full-time employee. Then it says the role of in the absence of the full-time employee, the role of acting Complete Streets Director could be filled by another member of township staff or external contracted engineering firm. So my question is, how can it be a full-time position if the role could be filled by another staff member? That just seems not clear to me. Or seems to me worse, paying the external engineering firm because their rates are very high. Under environmental justice, it says fair treatment means that no group of people should bear a disproportionate share of the negative environmental consequences resulting from governmental operations or policies. I didn't read the whole thing. So that sounds good, but all concerns of residents with respect to traffic conditions, with respect to the proposed Lackawanna Plaza development, will inflict on the neighborhood. You know, the residents were ignored, and in fact, some of those residents who voiced opposition to the Lackawanna Plaza project, you know, have been vilified. Bottom of page 5 of 11, A1E says equity, implement policies and distribute funding and other resources equitably and responsibly in all Montclair neighborhoods. You know, again, there was a lot of public concern with respect to negative impacts of increased traffic that have been ignored with every single redevelopment project executed in the town, starting with Valley and Bloom. So I just want people to be really conscious of that. Page 6 of 11, top of the page, number 2, says the planning board and zoning board are going to, shall incorporate this policy into their reviews and recommendations. This makes sense, of course. However, as experience has shown, the planning board and zoning board's opinions have not always been embraced by the council. And that's a problem because these are volunteer boards spending their time, and so their time has to be valued. Number 4 says, and maintenance of highways. I don't know why throughout this document it mentions highways several times. I know we don't have any highways in Montclair. Page 7 of 11, top of the page, says highways again. Then number 10, it says all manual standards and guidelines shall be made publicly available online. Then it says when applicable. I don't know why it says when applicable, because if we have manual standards and guidelines, they should be made publicly available. B2, under the complete street checklist, at the end of number 2, it says, or not applicable to the complete streets policy. I think you mean transportation project, because number 1 talks about transportation projects. B6G says proposed pedestrian, then it lists other modes of transportation, but then it calls them facilities. And my question is, what is a pedestrian facility? I mean, do you mean sidewalk? I'm not sure what that means. Then B6J says consistency with applicable design standards and guidelines, whereas up at the top of the page, number 10 says manual standards and guidelines. So I think that you're probably talking about the same thing there, but using different language. Page 8 of 11, number C talks about priority communities. And then it says other indicators of underserved and adversely impacted populations. And there's 3 that say something about children. A is female head of household with children as a, an adversely impacted population. And it just is kind of strange because I was a female head of household with children, and I never felt like I was an adversely impacted population. Then it says elderly populations and children, and then families in poverty with children. And it just seems to me, aren't there children everywhere? And why would this policy break it down in this way? on page 9 of 11, E, public participation number 2, says Township of Montclair shall identify an existing process or develop a new process that allows for public participation. I mean, I don't know that we need a new process for allowing public participation. You know, we have public comment, we have public meetings, we have surveys. That just seems a little out there. No, number F, exceptions. It says in number 1, if the Complete Streets Director determines in writing that there can be exceptions, A, B, and C, right? So the Complete Streets Director can determine that there are exceptions, which is fine. But then, on the next page, it says an exception shall be granted only if it's approved in writing by the Complete Streets Director. So that, it doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense. It seems like, how can the director determine and approve an exception? So that's a little bit of an inconsistency. Under G, program reporting, number 1, it says, and streets within the township's jurisdiction and in its priority communities. And it seems to me that the priority communities are within the township's jurisdiction. Then down below, number 3B talks about linear feet of new and existing pedestrian infrastructure. So again, that's a difference in the terminology used earlier when you talked about pedestrian facilities. I just think the language throughout the document should be consistent, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person who'd like to be heard on this ordinance, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, my name's Laura Torchio. I'm the current chair of the Vision Zero Montclair Task Force, and I live on Upper Mountain Ave, where there was a near miss and road rage just earlier today. It got really ugly and loud, and people were shouting and banging on each other's cars. And it was one of those instances when a person was driving, stopped for a pedestrian and their dog to cross, and the car behind them swung around. And the driver was like, you know, what are you doing? And I just want to say it was insane, but we all have experienced that. We've all been that driver who stopped and then worried about the guy behind us wanting to pass and hit the pedestrian that we're stopped for. But guess what? As part of our Vision Zero Montclair goals, the Department of Community Services has done this great thing and put delineators up all over town at the crosswalks that kind of prevent that kind of behavior. This is a small step to a bigger future for complete streets in Montclair. So that's why I'm here tonight. I want to thank all of you on council, managers, staff, and the community members who've been tirelessly working on a complete streets ordinance to establish and implement a strong policy, an oversight board, and a person dedicated to operationalizing it. As you know, I petitioned Montclair's first complete streets policy in 2008.
Yep.
I'm wearing the button, my vintage button. I want my complete streets. And that was passed early in 2009. It was the first one in the state. And while it was the first one in New Jersey, it was a weak policy where it was easier to make exceptions to safety than it was to implement safety interventions. This ordinance puts safety and people first, and exceptions cease to be the default. I also want to mention that this ordinance is based on the New Jersey Department of Transportation Complete and Green Streets Model Policy and Guide, and a lot of the definitions of why some of the terminology that's in this ordinance is explained in detail in the guide, and that guide is available on the New Jersey DOT website, and we can make that available on our Vision Zero Task Force website as well. Cool. I also want to share my excitement that a consultant team has been chosen to begin Montclair Safe Streets for All Safety Action Plan this year, which we're probably going to talk about a little later. And I also wanted to mention, to your point, Councilor Toller, that yes, part of Vision Zero and part of the complete, sorry, I get my terms mixed up, part of the Complete Streets Oversight Board is to conduct ongoing public engagement. And one of the things that the task force has talked about is maybe we can begin to create an ambassador program that includes like members from each of the wards to help spread the word. And I just want to say thank you, and please support the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else like to come forward, please, and be heard on this ordinance?
Hello, Mayor
How are
Baskerville,
you?
Deputy Mayor Anderson, fellow council members, all of you, and Manager Marks. I just want to say thank you. It's a long day, and I know you guys put in so much of your time and heart and work for our township and for the betterment of our community. And I just thank you, all of you. I know you come to it with good intent, and you put everything into it. And I think oftentimes we, as residents, we're so busy with our lives, we don't really realize the work and the time that goes into everything that makes our community stronger and better and safer. And I'm here to speak for this policy for many reasons. As a member of the task force, I've had an opportunity to really dig in firsthand and to see the changes and what can happen with a little bit of work and with a little bit of good intent and data. In this past year and a half, as a task force, we've collectively, and I say collectively because it is a collective collaboration, not only amongst the mayor, council, community members, our dedicated staff and professionals. We've all worked for that singular goal of eliminating pedestrian fatalities and severe injuries on our roadways. And in that time period, we have created this policy. We've put together a process. We're working on putting a process so that residents can report issues or concerns, and we can address it. And there's a process here in the township to do so. We have identified our major crash injury points. We've seen patterns. We have the list. We know which intersections are the most dangerous and the ones we need to address and the ones that are most dangerous for pedestrians. 3, we've secured a Safe Streets for All federal grant that I'm really happy to hear. We have a consultant that we've decided. That's fantastic. And the intent of this grant is to develop action plans so that we can take the data that we've collected and come up with plans and solutions to address these issues and these dangerous streets. Number 4, we've created channels of communication amongst not only the work we're doing, but for the public at large. 5, we've implemented one of the first levels of safe streets, of a safe streets system, by reducing the speed limits. We've reduced the speed limit to 20 miles per hour in the school zones. We've reduced it to 25 miles per hour on county roads, Upper Mountain, on Valley, and on Grove Street. And this is just one small part of an entire process and a systems approach. Safer speeds are one of the single most impacts and changes that we can make that will save lives. That 5 mile difference between 30 to 25 is tremendous on a person's life and their quality of life and survival. So the next step really, and number 6 actually, we've made physical changes on the roads by adding delineators on Lorraine and Park. And while these are very small efforts, they are huge in impact. The effort and the impact is outsized by the action. And this policy really is just the beginning of taking all of this work, the foundation and the scaffolding of everything that we have worked tirelessly, collectively to do, and giving it the legs to succeed in the next iteration of our safe streets. So I thank you all for your time and your effort and your your genuine work to make our streets safer, and I ask you to please pass this, because it really is the beginning of making our streets safe. So we can all walk out of here, cross the street, and not fear for our lives or our children's lives as we're walking to school, but that we all are part of this community together. So I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your work on the task force. Next person, please, who wishes to be heard on this ordinance.
Hello, Council. I'm so happy to be here tonight and thankful for everything you've done. My name is Jessica Tillier. I live on Harvard Street. I'm here with just the deepest desire that you pass the Complete Streets Ordinance, the Oversight Board, and the Director. This ordinance, I really believe, is a bold new step. We, as Montclair, have always been a center for innovation, and this, to me, just feels like part of that progress. It's also taken a very long time to get here. There's been some incredible steps, but it's taken a long time, and while we've advocated for this, traffic violence has increased. It's actually at an all-time high. So a few weeks ago, I lead a bike bus here in Montclair, and we made a pitch to our community. Let's do a weekend bike ride to draw attention to traffic safety. I thought maybe 50 people would come. That would have been great. I would have been so happy with that. I hoped maybe 75 people would show up. The ride was planned for 10 a.m. on an overcast Sunday morning, a busy time, questionable weather, and against tremendous odds, and actually to a point that scared me, almost 300 people of all ages showed up in Montclair, if not more. Every Friday, we also lead a bike bus to school. Hundreds of families join us from all over town, which is actually, we're math people. We love to do the math and run the data. It equals 7 to 10% of our student body. For reference, the number of people that regularly ride bikes with us on Friday, they scoot, they walk, there's parents that run alongside the bike bus. Mm-hmm. It is the same ratio as the number of people that commute to work in Portland, Oregon. And for reference, Portland, Oregon has some of the most incredible safety infrastructure in the world. All this to say, there is undeniable demand for safe, well-being centered streets. There's undeniable demand for community, for healing, in your own words, Mayor Baskerville, and actually for creativity in how we build our towns. Mm-hmm. The ride that we had this weekend, where we had 300 people join, it felt like a big nudge towards hope for what's possible. And I think we all really need that hope right now. So while all of this is happening, and while I see this hope, when I see these children and these families, different languages being spoken on the bike bus, mm-hmm. in the background of that, New Jersey is the most dangerous state in the country to be a pedestrian. Wow. Essex County, last time I checked, is the 7th most dangerous in the country. So us going out there and biking, walking, scooting, trying to roll along in our wheelchairs, that is a courageous action. And now policymakers, you all, town council, we're looking to you to be as courageous as your citizens. Please pass this complete street ordinance, and let's make this town equitable for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lockman.
Hello, you're one of the founders of Bike Bus,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So I stepped out of my house on the corner of Walnut Street and Walnut Crescent, and there was like, whoa, this surge of bikes, right? You know, it took maybe 5 minutes for them all to come, or even more, past my house. It was like incredibly uplifting. Oh, it doesn't matter. It was really nice to see all the different fathers and mothers and whatever, all different kinds of children. It was very inspiring, and I thank you for your founders' efforts.
Thank you so much. Come join us.
Good for you. Are there others who would like to be heard on this ordinance? Okay, well, hearing none, I will close the hearing without objection. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I do have a question for Mr. Marks. Sorry to put you on the spot. So I know that the budget still has to be passed, but I did wonder if any steps have been taken with regards to the Complete Streets Director and, the next steps for this ordinance, assuming it passes.
So 2 things. I spoke with Alicia Dawkins, the HR manager, and asked her to prepare a job description with duties and responsibilities that we can advertise. She has done so. So it's ready to go pending outcome of this ordinance. And I spoke with Ms. Rao regarding actually funding the position within this year's budget. So it's actually in 2 different places. One, partially out of the parking utility as a nexus to safe and complete streets, and the second part of the budgeted item for this position is out of the township manager's budget.
Anyone else?
Just very quickly, in response to Ms. Avery's comments, which, if you do look at a piece of legislation, I mean, if you start to do that, and I would encourage you, you will find, especially in a place like New Jersey at the state level, it's a horror show. The technical quality of a lot of legislation is not great. So we actually did import a lot of this from a state guideline and included it, and it made it quite long. And I think we cleaned it up and have a very good policy. But in general, the longer you make something, it does get it does get difficult. But I think at the end of the day, all the mechanisms that we've added are significant, and they will work. And it has been given a lot of thought and a lot of deliberation. So it's not like we just whizzed it through. It's a lot of work.
Yes, Councilor Lockman?
Yeah, I did, just on that note, I did want to thank Sarah Avery for reviewing this and providing her comments. And it's something I'm sure that we can take into consideration if, you need to do some revisions later on. But thank you.
Okay, there was, ordinance was moved, and there was a second. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Moving on to the next ordinance. Yes. Absolutely. Little swag for Laura.
Laura and Amy and Jess, and if there's anybody else from the task force, I ordered us some celebratory swag from France. It's really true. If you want to come up.
All right,
The
swag.
25 mile an hour,
All right.
they're 25 kilometer per hour bumper stickers for your cars. I could have gotten you champagne, but. And there's 3 left. Mayor?
Thank you, guys.
Mayor, would you like one?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Thank you all for your work. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, Counselor Lockman.
I would just like to ask the gentleman who talked about the Grove Street group, can you just, can you tell me about that, or send me an email about that? I'm just kind of curious. I live off Grove Street, so I'm curious. Thank you.
Counselor Birmingham, would you please do the next pending ordinance, please? Pending ordinance O-25-14.
This is an ordinance to amend Section 309, Taxation of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. And this is in relation to the refund of property taxes for veterans determined to be totally disabled. And I so move.
Second. Council members? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing at this point in time. And if there's no objections, anyone please come forward that would like to be heard on this pending ordinance. Pending ordinance 0-25-14. Seeing none, and the ordinance was moved. There was a second. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Moving on to the next pending ordinance, please, Counselor Lockman.
I make a motion to approve pending ordinance 0-25-15, an ordinance to amend section 327, vehicles and traffic, of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey.
Second.
Council? Anyone from the audience like to come down and be heard on this ordinance, please? Pending ordinance 0-25-15.
And just so anyone following at home, this is in relation to putting multi-way stops on Walnut Street in Midland and Chestnut in Midlands, which I think will be great around the schools.
Yep,
Thanks,
great.
Madam.
Thank you. Okay, the ordinance was moved. There was a second. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Moving on to the next pending ordinance, please, Deputy Mayor.
This is actually amended pending ordinance O-25-16, an ordinance to amend section 327, vehicles and traffic, of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. I so move.
Second. Council members?
Mayor?
Yes,
Just-
Deputy.
Just for anyone who doesn't have the information, this is an amendment to the part of the code that speaks to overnight parking on the street, and it is adding a number of streets to the list of where the law is exempted.
Is there anyone present who wishes to be heard? Please come forward at this time. Thank you. Well, you can come first while he's signing up. Too slow, you blow.
Hi, my name is Lynn Stockhammer. I live on Forest Street. I wasn't able to get any of the ordinances online in advance of the meeting, so can you please explain to us what streets are involved in this overnight parking and what you've extended and what you've created?
Yes.
Thank you.
They'll give you a paper copy, and I'd like to ask Councilor Williams or Toller if they'd like to explain while you're taking a look. Councilor Williams, please. Just in a nutshell, like wrap up what we're doing.
Yeah, prior to this ordinance, there were, I think, about 19. I know it says online that it was 15, but I think there's about 19 streets where overnight parking is allowed. So between the hours of 2 and 5 every day. So folks that lived on those streets could buy a permit, and I think it's an N permit for those at home that are watching. Could buy a permit for $45 a month, and they can park on those eligible streets. This ordinance right here expands those 19 streets to, I don't really even know how many streets in here. It expands the number of eligible streets so that you can buy a parking permit overnight, so that you can park your car overnight. And we're talking about the N permit.
May I?
Yes, Councilor Toller and then Councilor Lockman.
Sure. And just to add to what Councilor Williams is stating, many of these streets are in the 4th Ward, some are in the 3rd Ward. A lot of these streets have homes that don't have driveways, so we have to take some additional things into consideration. So if people at home say they see this new ordinance, and what about my street? If you have a driveway, we had to come up with some kind of rubric to make this decision, as well as the distance to municipal parking decks. Again, the 4th Ward at the end, there's no municipal parking deck, so this is how many of the streets, if you're reading them or get to see this online, a lot of them are in the 4th Ward. I just wanted to put that out there for full transparency. There are a lot of homes on these streets without driveways.
Councilor Lockman?
Just from a practical point of view, how are people on these streets notified about this change?
Well, that's one of the things that Councilor Toller was pretty keen on identifying, and I totally agree with her that we need to, get the word out. So we're going to be speaking to Matt about how best to go about doing that.
Thank you.
We may have to do some mailing because it's been my experience, everyone's not on our town pages.
Sure, I know.
The Instagram, Facebook,
Yep.
and sometimes just good old-fashioned mailing something to someone's home.
Just
Putting
walk
them on
around,
the
put
cars.
in there.
Yeah.
Put
You
them
can
on
do
the
that too.
cars that are
Yeah,
there at
We can
night.
do that too.
Probably
Absolutely.
cheaper.
Good. Yeah.
Get an intern running around. Yeah. Thank you.
Jordan?
Hi, Mayor and Council. Jordan Hirschhorn, 180 Walnut, which is the corner. Yeah, a lot of activity that you guys have been doing tonight. So thank you so much for the four-way stop at 2 intersections where I've seen near misses, for sure. And on this specifically, I want to say thank you so much. I've spoken to many of you, and I really want to thank Councilor Williams for the innovative approach that you took to this, identifying the areas of most need by taking a look at some of the data that the township has collected through enforcement. And I think that was an incredible step to take to figure out where folks have the most need. Councilor Toller, thank you for representing the 4th Ward. I know, especially as somebody who grew up in a single-family home with a driveway and never had to worry about this, to going to being a renter where sometimes I had a driveway, sometimes I don't. Today, right now, I do not, and the building that I live in, which when we're trying to add, when we talk about affordable housing, we talk about adding units, we talk about diversity of housing options, right? That's a building with a whole lot of units that does not have enough parking below in its underground deck to actually have the number of cars for the residents there. So it is absolutely crucial, and on behalf of the folks who live in my building, who were absolutely had no idea how to deal with this as they kept on getting ticketed, this is so appreciated. I've experienced this on a couple of streets in Montclair, and you've actually taken the initiative, changed this, and made Montclair a more inclusive community, and made renters, especially those who do not have access to a driveway, feel more welcome in the town. And I think that's hugely important. I want to say thank you to all of you for your support on this, and I urge you, if you have any doubts, to please pass this. And if there are any doubts in your mind, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure you've gotten a lot from some of the folks who have been pushing this. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, please come forward.
There's just a typo of the word house in the introduction to the ordinance.
Okay.
The hours, it says the teen house, and thank you so much for all of this.
Typo, good. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, the ordinance was moved. There was a second. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay, now that brings us up to, yeah, right? Woo-hoo! That brings us up to new ordinances. Counselor Williams, will you please read new ordinance 0-25-19?
Ordinance 0-25-19, ordinance to amend Chapter 341 Water, Article 1 Facilities, Use, Rates, and Charges. So moved.
Council members? Oh, well, we're not, since this is the first reading, we're not going to call up the people from the ordinance. Discussion?
I guess it's just a little bugaboo of mine. Why don't we use round numbers? You know, it just seems crazy, just to have like $968.29. Anyway, just.
Anyone else?
But throughout everything we do, let's stop doing this, down to the cent. Okay.
This was moved and this was second. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. And the next
section is discussion for what appears to be agenda items that will go on our May 20th, 2025. I will please ask if our Manager Marks, will be so kind to help us with these.
Okay.
Where are they?
There, number 10.
The manager's going to address that.
13
Okay,
they were sent in expected to be voted on.
okay, yeah,
Discussed.
got it.
And Director Ali is here along with consultants.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay, so we're just going to, and I know I should have done this at the top of the meeting, but we're going to take a chance that it's going to be all right. I see Director Ali is here. We have two resolutions, Resolution number 10 and 13, which actually are on here to be voted on this evening. So I'm going to jump over to Resolution 10, followed by 13. So, Councilor D'Amato, will you lead us off with Resolution 10, please?
Sure, resolutions.
I'm sorry, Councilor Toller, I'm not forgetting you. I know you're next up, okay.
Resolution in support of the Montclair Operetta Club's Cultural Arts Project application to the New Jersey Economic Development Authority under the Cultural Arts Facilities Expansion Cafe Program. So moved.
Second. Discussion from council?
I can try to explain this very quickly
Absolutely.
for the audience at home. So there
Only if you do it quickly, D'Amato.
try.
I've
There are
never heard
two-
you
there
do
are
anything
two-
quickly, my buddy.
There are two different resolutions of support for this program of cultural arts funding, one of which will be for the library, and then one of which is for a nonprofit group that is very, very old in the township, ancient, and is being revitalized in my ward that I'm excited about, which is the Operetta Club, to have music, light music. I don't know if it'll be operetta as we know it, but probably some of that. We need to pass these for them to make an application. It's not really, doing anything other than, as with the cannabis license things, where we're just saying, fine, go at it, apply. The first one is not ours. It is an independent nonprofit, and so that is just really totally pro forma. And I don't think there's anybody here to speak to it. So I would just like to have that passed. And then the second one is our business, and we can discuss it, and we should discuss it. Yep.
Would you mind talking into the mic? Because
Sorry.
we're having trouble with the air conditioning.
Sorry.
here.
I was looking at the mayor. So the first one is for this program application for the Operetta Club, which is I guess 75 or 100-year-old organization that's being refounded and is going to renovate its old historic small theater, which is on Valley Road by, I guess, Gordonhurst. And so we're not involved in that, other than just, as with some of these things, giving a resolution of support. They're not asking for, there will be nothing, no ask.
If I may.
Yeah.
So what they're doing is they're just taking the Operetta Club, they're not changing the footprint of it, they're just adding ADA accessible bathrooms, production
I was at the
space.
meeting.
Oh, okay, so you're aware of that. Yeah, so anyway, that's what they're doing. They're not looking for any money. This is just part of their application process that they have to have a letter of resolution of support. Okay?
Sorry. My only question is, how come the address isn't in here? Is it?
It is, yeah.
Where is it?
Number 10. We're 10.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
It's the fifth whereas. Okay? Fifth whereas. Oh, the other one?
So this was moved, and there's a second. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
So we move both of them.
This is for item number 10 and item number 13. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
This is 13.
Okay,
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
10.
This was number
You just wanted to
10,
do 10?
resolution,
Okay.
yeah, 10.
All right, so it's just item 10. I'm sorry, I heard you speak
We're
to
going
both
to do,
items.
vote on them separately.
Understood.
That's okay.
Deputy
Thank
Mayor
you.
Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor
Yes.
Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Counselor Toller, would you do resolution 13, please?
Sure. Resolution R-25-XXX, resolution in support of the Montclair Public Library's Cultural Arts Program application to the New Jersey Economic Development Authority under the Cultural Arts Facilities Expansion Cafe Program. I so move.
Second. Council members?
Any discussions?
Been moved. There's a second. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham? Counselor
Yes.
D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Thank you. Now, I'm going to go back, please, Ms.
Do we want to have the director?
Absolutely, yes. Director Ali, would you please come forward and, woo-hoo, this is a wonderful moment for you. Director.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for voting so quickly on this. That's great. I'm here just to talk briefly about what this is and why we're doing this. So this is an opportunity that came to our attention earlier this year when we were still trying to figure out the HVAC situation and the other numerous issues that we have at both buildings. So you're all very aware at this point that we have roof problems at both buildings, especially at the Bellevue branch. We have just a lot of safety issues that have to be addressed. And we just had a capital needs assessment done very recently that included about $14 million worth of repairs that need to be made to both buildings. Not right away, but over the next few years. So this opportunity came in front of us, and we were considering it to address some of these issues. But from the program and what this is, it's not meant for quick fixes. It's really meant to be a visionary. For visionary projects. The goal, the aim of it is to expand access to cultural facilities, to really create beacons of culture, beacons of economic development in the state of New Jersey with a focus, with a cultural bent. And so libraries are thankfully one of the entities that are eligible for it. And so we looked at it and, looking at our facilities and really trying to see, we have this incredible community here in Montclair that uses its library and really values its library tremendously. We're very, very fortunate. And our facilities, are gems of this town, but they really, like I think you all are aware, a lot of our facilities here have not had the TLC that they really need to thrive in the 21st century. And so this is an opportunity that we decided to, let's go for it. Let's apply for this, because if we were to get this funding, it would provide an injection of funding to both of these buildings to really bring them up to 21st century levels. We're talking about the library as a third space, the library as true community hubs. And in terms of the Bellevue branch, we're talking also about an expansion that would provide ADA accessibility, because right now it has none. The expansion there would have an elevator, new entrance, and of course a lot of the safety issues that we need to address for both buildings. So the application is due next month, and we have a lot of work to do between now and then, and we've already been working very hard, and a lot of you are already aware and have been working with us. So I just want to thank you once again for all your support. And this resolution is just one part of about 100 different steps that are on my list of things that have to get done between now and the deadline. So thank you so much for everything. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
We have the 9:30 Zoom tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Every Wednesday morning, 9:30. We're doing a cafe update for all the stakeholders that are involved. So
Thank you.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, now Manager Marks.
So item 1 on the agenda for resolutions is a resolution authorizing an amendment to the fair and open contract to the Musial Group for architectural design services in the renovation of the Health Department. Item number 2 is a resolution authorizing emergency purchase to repair water main break at intersection of Upper Mountain Avenue and Alpine Street pursuant to N.J.S.A 40A:11-6. Item number 3 is a resolution awarding a fair and open contract to Jewel Electric LLC for the provision of township water utility for the purchase of 2 variable frequency drives, VFDS, under the state contract 21-FOOD-01749. Item number 4 is a resolution awarding a fair and open contract for the purchase and delivery of waterworks materials, parentheses BID bid 25-09. Item number 5 is a resolution to enter into contract with Michael Baker International to develop the Montclair Township Local Safety Action Plan with demonstration projects. Item number 6 is a resolution awarding a non-fair and open contract to Primepoint LLC for proprietary computer hardware for Township of Montclair. Item number 7 is a resolution of Township of Montclair adopting the 2025 Essex County Hazard Mitigation Plan.
I don't know if it matters, the memo, I know it's, previous manager wrote it, but I don't know if it matters that one of the email addresses doesn't match up. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't know if it matters that, in the memo, some of the email addresses don't match up, and, some of the point of contacts in the memo that's attached. I don't know if that matters.
We will make sure it's updated.
Okay.
Just the one who's doing.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Just one moment, please. Manager Marks,
Yes.
just one moment, please. Yes,
Yes,
Councilor
I just want to
Tolan.
make sure that are we able to come back and have discussions after Mr. Marks is done reading these? Because a couple of them, I just have some questions, and I think 1 or 2 may have some missing information, but
Okay,
thank-
yes.
Item number 8 is resolution regarding sustainable land use pledge. Item number 9 is resolution authorizing emergency purchase to repair stairs at Fullerton Parking Deck pursuant to NJSA 40A:11-6. Yes.
If it's an emergency repair, I mean, do we have to do this right? Shouldn't we do this now, or do you want to wait until the next meeting?
It's already done. You're just ratifying the payment.
Item number 10 is a resolution in support of the Montclair, oh, we already did 10,
yeah,
I'm
we're
sorry.
gonna do 11 now. Thank you.
11? I'm sorry. So item number 11 is a resolution acknowledging the name change of Citrus N.J.A LLC to High Hills N.J.A LLC and authorizing the award of a conditional Class 5 Category A cannabis retailer license to High Hills N.J.A LLC.
I so move number 11. My understanding that that's one of the resolutions that we're being asked to move on this evening?
I second.
Okay.
I second, yeah.
Any discussion on resolution number 11?
So,
Yes, Deputy Mayor?
yes, my understanding from the attorney is that, and others, is that this is solely because of a name change of the business, and it doesn't affect, it's not having any other licenses
Correct.
or anything like that.
Yep.
So it's been
It's
moved.
been moved. There's a second. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
So,
Resolution number 12, permitting for the following flags to be raised as an expression of government speech. Number 12, the flags to be raised would be the Juneteenth flag and the Juneteenth flag on the date that coincides with whatever that actual day is of that year, June 19th or June 20th, and the pride flag on the following dates from June 3rd to June 30th. And I so move.
Second.
Yes.
I have absolutely no objection to this, but why do we have to move it tonight and not next 2 weeks?
I was just
I
asked to
just-
do that.
Because
Yeah.
I'm just wanting to follow because we've gotten in a lot of trouble with process and flags, and so I just want to, I don't have an objection to it at all. I just want to, is there an urgency?
It's
Because
fine with
we're,
me. I was
'cause we're
just
not
asked
go-
that,
Yeah,
you know,
no,
now. I didn't
but
know that,
Like,
but-
did they give you, do you have a reason why we have to do it now, not next week?
No, I was just said
Does
that
anyone
it
know?
was
I
no.
just want to know.
We can hold off until the next one. Yes.
Mayor, it might be because this says that the pride flag is going to be raised on June 3rd.
And we have a meeting on the 20th.
We have
Oh.
a meeting on May 20th.
We have a meeting on the 20th.
No, I know,
Oh.
but like, I didn't know if there were like preparation.
Maybe the
I'm fine.
organizations want to promote their events, you know, knowing that the flag is going to be raised on the 3rd. It gives them ample time to promote and gather folks to attend. I mean, we can wait till the 20th, but I don't see what the difference would be.
I think there's an email request submitted to add on tonight.
I saw that, and it was because they wanted to make sure that this was going to pass before they started setting dates and some other things like that. So,
Maybe they're having a flag raising ceremony?
yes, they are going to
That's
have a
fine.
ceremony, and they
Yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to be able to
Yeah,
advertise
yes, exactly.
for it and that type of thing.
If I may, I
Yes.
just wish that we had this section say, we may move any resolutions on a list of resolutions. I mean, if we just indicated that to people, it wouldn't be foul play. And it's good to get, if we all agree on something, let's just do it and get it out of there and get it done, you know, in general. So I'm saying for the future,
Yep.
if there was some, you know, as long as we just advertise that, you know, it may happen, then it's no problem.
I totally agree, and I believe that we have addressed this because there are a couple of things in there that I was also, I didn't expect to see where it said just for discussion. So, as you all know, we are moving rapidly in the learning process. I think we're making great strides. I think tonight's meeting is an indication that we are, you know, melding together in a good direction. And so this is another one of those things that I think we, you know, lesson learned. And so in the future, hopefully we'll have, you know, sections corded off for the ones that we're going to take action on and the ones that we definitely are not. Point well taken, Counselor.
And one of the reasons that I'm asking is because I had text exchange with people who wanted to know if they should come tonight to speak in favor of it. And they did not come specifically or that because it was listed for discussion. So again,
Yeah.
there's just multiple, you know, it's
Yeah.
multiple
Yeah.
things, right?
Yeah.
So, that's what- but I'm happy again. If it is felt that it is important to them, you know, to the process of them getting people, I don't want to seem to be speaking against it at all. It's just process.
Is there anyone here that needs more time to deliberate on which way they're going to vote? And if not, I would just move forward and call for the vote, because the person that is asking to have the flag on here was the person that actually wanted us to vote on it.
Unless, what are we doing? Are we going
I was just trying to hear, if anybody is just, vehemently like, no, 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 don't vote. I get everything that's said, but now we're here at a point where the person that they're asking to have the flag raised did send some email information about what they were trying to do, and that we asked to do it tonight. I think that there was a breakdown between the information that we got and the time that the agenda was made, and so there was a disconnect.
I'm sorry. So I'm looking at this email. It doesn't say that it needs to. It says that it was my understanding that it was going to be voted on tonight. I didn't see any, and I could be totally wrong, and I can go either way, but it doesn't seem like there's any sort of urgency here that it couldn't be voted on next week. I mean,
Well,
excuse me,
no, I
next
don't
meeting.
think there's any urgency.
Sorry.
I just think that if the person is planning an event and they feel better, I don't think that, if they would feel better to do that before they print up literature, just to make sure, then I don't see why we wouldn't help them out with doing what they're doing. I mean, but it's just,
That's fine.
some people may want to come. They can come next week and speak in favor of it or against it. If it's not going to change anything here in terms of a vote, I just don't know why we would make it more difficult for the people that are planning the event around the flag raising, but either
That's
way.
fine.
Either way.
Yeah, it was a mistake. We're doing a correction. Lesson learned for next go-round.
Yeah, I mean, I
Why
agree
don't
with the
we just-
mayor.
What?
Yeah.
You agree with that? Yeah, so let's just vote on it and get it done.
We already voted
you.
on things that
It
were
was-
more
Yeah,
that were
yeah,
heavier,
yeah.
so.
I mean, I
did.
recognize we should try
Yeah.
to follow
Well,
the
we-
procedure, but we
Absolutely.
didn't this
Yeah.
go-round, so
Absolutely.
we're getting better.
All right, let's go.
Let's go. Vote.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
No?
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
I hate doing
Okay, where are we now?
So, Mayor, items 14 through 18 have been withdrawn. We're up to item 19, resolution appointing a member to the Rent Control Board. Was
Did
that
we
acted on
withdraw
already?
that as
That was
well?
acted on?
I think that was included in the ones,
Okay.
we voted on that? Oh, because we didn't vote on it.
Excuse me, Mayor, if I may?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The motion was to withdraw items 14 through 18 because at the request of Deputy Manager Brian Scantlebury,
Okay.
he would like for the governing body to consider item 19.
Okay.
Okay, and then I think I mentioned there's no reason because the two of them would be holdovers, so we could wait until we do all of them. But I'm just pointing that out. We have no,
Well,
I don't care one way or the other. Let's do it.
council members? D'Amato, Birmingham, what are we thinking?
Mayor, I think I think I made my my opinion that I think that we should just go ahead with this one since there are reappointments.
I guess I
Williams,
just
you
wanted to make
good?
sure
Toller?
everybody understands the process. that
Yes.
It's not absolutely
It
necessary.
is. The
Yeah.
process is extremely important. We're getting better, and I anticipate that with each meeting, we will do much better. But I'm really proud of us for tonight. You know, we had good deliberation, and we're moving in the right direction. So this was, did anyone move this? I so move.
Second.
Discussion? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Abstain.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay, bill list. Counselor
Okay.
Lockman. Oh,
May we
yes.
go for discussion? May I
For the
have
bill
some
list?
questions? Not for the bill list.
Okay.
I have questions for that too,
Okay,
but
okay.
I wanted to go back to item number 1 on the discussion agenda. First of all, there's a typo. It says RFP 20, unless maybe that's not a typo. But my question is, I know within the body of the very first paragraph, it says on December 5th, 2023, the township approved Resolution R23-290, which was originally $12,605. This resolution here is now saying not to exceed, so there's an increase of 13,375. And I'm just wondering what the increase is for. I mean, I know it's renovation work, but if the first resolution was for 12,000, now this one is 25, maybe Miss Amos Monaco can explain. It's number 1.
But I'm just looking for your numbers.
It's the very first one. Resolution authorizing amendment to the fair and open contract to the Musial Group for architectural design services. Our resolution 23-290 is for 12,605. If this is the same work in the same firm, this increase is 13,375 because paragraph 3 says not to exceed. But you're here, so.
Right. Does someone have a copy? It wasn't in my packet.
Here you go.
Oh, this was for the work that was already done. Okay.
And I just wanted to know if there was a typo after the heading there where it says RFP 23-P029. Is that how most RFPs are written? Or is that, should that P be a number?
I don't assign that number, so I'm not sure. Ms. Nieves, is it that 23P09? Is that a valid number?
I didn't draft this document, but I can tell you from hearing what you're saying, it sounds like a reference used in the purchasing office by Mr. De Niro's.
Okay.
So you're talking about,
Councilor Toller was asking
in the title? RFP 23P09?
Right.
Yes, I see that all the time. That's from the purchasing
Okay, so
office.
the heading is correct.
They assign a number.
Right, so now I'm asking about the
Okay.
resolution R23-290, which was originally to $12,605, which is worded in this.
Right.
And paragraph 3 at the bottom is saying not to exceed 25. Can someone explain the $13,000 increase?
Okay, right, so what happened was, there were 3 phases for this architect. The original proposal was, the whole thing was $25,000. We initially were going to do phase 1, but then we were told by the purchasing agent that we had to actually use them for the bid process, that we couldn't do it on our own. So that's why the increase went up to $25,000. And so now, all we're doing at this point is, we're not even finishing the project because the grant funds were pulled for this project. We're just extending this contract, basically it ended 24. We're renewing it for 2025, and we have a $3,000 balance, so we owe them. So we have to have this up to date so we can process their final payment.
Okay, so we're spending 25, so when resolution.
No, we're not spending the full 25.
Okay, what are we
Right.
actually spending? Because it says not to exceed 25, so I'm just wondering what's the total amount we're
Right.
spending?
So I believe it's going to, in total, end up being 15,000, but I can get you the exact number and email it to you. So it was the phase 1, which was 12 and change, and then for phase 2 and 3, we only spent
Okay.
part of that. So
All right,
we're
so-
not going to exceed 25,000. We're not going to even get close to it.
Okay,
So, but it was all grant funding that got pulled back as part of the ELC funds.
thank you for the
Okay.
explanation.
Counselor Toller?
Yes, number 2. This is resolution authorizing emergency purchase to repair water main break, an intersection at Upper Mountain Avenue and Alpine Street. I just have a question about the contractors that we use. I know that we have an affirmative action policy, and I see this vendor utilized a lot. Are there any other vendors that perhaps could be used?
So
to
we use a
support our
multitude of
affirmative
vendors.
action?
One vendor we do use is Montana Construction. They are a woman-owned business. We use CRJ Contracting. But this contractor was brought in to actually pave Alpine Street. We called multiple vendors. They were the only one who could provide a crew that following Monday. This happened on New Year's Day. We were on the phone with Savelli the next day. They were there the following Monday. They had to replace about 14,000 square feet of roadway and repack certain sections that were missing about 4 to 5 feet of dirt underneath the roadway.
Yeah.
It was deemed unsafe, and we felt as though the best way to go about this was to get the contractor who could provide us a crew right away, rather than try and find somebody.
Okay, I just asked because I see Cefeli and Sons all the time on resolutions, and like I said, we have an affirmative action policy for minorities, women businesses, et cetera. So I'm hopeful in the next couple of resolutions down the road, we'll see some
We
movement.
do use a number of, what, like I said, Montana Construction one is one we use. Initech is one we use also. You guys just passed them in April. They are a woman-owned business, so we do try to fall under the policies to the best of our abilities.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up
Yes,
question?
Councilor Bachmann.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I mean, we use these firms, but do they have minorities employees?
Yeah,
Yeah, so
Cefeli definitely
that's-
does.
right.
Yeah, any
So-
contractor we hire does. I mean, they
Right.
all
I
has to
know.
go through the purchasing office for us to use them, so.
Yeah, so that's an interesting question.
It's a different question that I had, but I know that they have minority employees, but there
Okay.
are minority firms too, actual companies that do the same type of work, yeah. Is the next one yours too, Michael?
Number 3, yes, it is.
I don't have a question about number 3, sorry. I have a question about number 5.
Oh, nope, that's not me.
Thank you, Mike. It's just a quick question, thank you. At the bottom of the resolution here, and for those at home, this is resolution to enter into a contract with Michael Baker International to develop the Montclair Township Local Safety Action Plan with demonstration projects. The last paragraph where it says, whereas the township issued an RFP on March 13, 2025, and received proposals from the following firms. The firms aren't listed unless this is what you're stating the firms are. I don't see any firms listed.
The firms are in the table.
That's what I'm asking. Is this,
Yeah.
so
It-
this should be typed on here? These are the firms that you're referring to, right?
1, 2, 3,
They're
4,
they're listed
5,
on the
1,
table
2.
in the memo, and they're
Okay.
listed in the
That was the only
resolution
question I
as
had.
well.
Yep,
Okay.
all right, thank you.
Yes, Councilor D'Amato?
Sorry. Planner Kelly. The March 13th was when you reissued the RFP?
Yes, we reissued the RFP, and then we gave them an extension, extra time to respond. So that's why.
I'm just trying to keep track of my own, of like time is blown by, but like, we had the initial RFP, which had no respondents, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in January or something like that? Whenever.
I can't tell you, I
Yeah.
don't know the date off the
It's all
top of my
blur,
head.
right. So we went from, and I know that you picked up the phone, which was great, and like,
Bless you.
got people to, but like, what happened? Why did we get 5?
I
this
reached
time?
out to the North Jersey Transportation and Planning
Okay.
Association, got the names of firms that they've used, and I contacted them to make them aware that this was out there. I contacted the state
Okay.
to get the names of firms that they knew that could do this kind of work. So I think, from experience, you have to be aggressive and let everybody know that it's out there. I even got somebody call me, Janice, another firm, to say that they needed more time, and I said, we have to keep with our deadline.
And then, if you could just like, in a couple more words, explain the winners,
Oh,
you know, why they were.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think we had some excellent proposals. Unfortunately, 2 of them were over the budget, over the grant amount, and so we did not consider them. They were very, even though the firms were qualified because they were $100,000 over the grant, we did not prioritize them. They did not rank higher. We did a ranking system. But the other 3 firms, one was a little questionable. The reviewers didn't feel that that firm had the necessary qualifications, but there were 2 firms that absolutely did. And I think, from my understanding with the other people who reviewed it, the firm that was selected had the advantage, number 1, they're familiar with Essex County. They are working, they've been hired by Essex County to do the Essex County Local Safety Action Plan. So they know what's going on here. They went above and beyond in their proposal and actually included items in the proposal that we didn't ask for, including providing cameras at intersections to evaluate near misses. So any of you who've been part of the Vision Zero discussions,
evaluating near-miss accidents is difficult. And they had a solution in the proposal. So I think the people who reviewed it were really impressed by the fact that they were going above and beyond. So, I think that was part of the rationale why they got the highest number of points by the people that were reviewing the proposals. And I'm really excited to be working with them. They have an excellent, excellent firm that does community engagement. If anybody's participated in the community engagement outreach that the county's doing,
Yes.
I think they do a good job, and they'll be doing the same thing for us.
Excellent.
So,
I would also just add that I think as a body, we have to have a discussion about how the council participates in these kinds of processes, because, for example, on the communications committee, we have sat through pitches from companies for software packages that are $25,000, and the mobility committee, never, from what I know, had any involvement in this entire process. So, that's, I'm sure, it sounds like we picked great people, but I just, as a first-timer here, I just don't really understand what is expected of us to get, whether we will be involved in some of these things and then not involved in some of them, and it is a little mysterious, and that's what I asked in that email today.
The township, because that's never been part of the township's policy in the past.
Right.
And if that's a policy that you want to put in place, it does slow things up. In this instance, we got the proposals on basically Monday morning. We had to distribute them for everybody. And we basically had a Zoom meeting on, I forgot, Wednesday, when everybody could talk about it. There was a very tight time frame because you needed to get it to this council meeting so you can discuss it and get it voted on at the next. So if you want to be involved, then certainly let the manager know, and we can make that part of the policy, but it has not been in the past.
I think it's more of a question of, we have a committee now that there's been this overlap because of the liaison group to the Vision Zero Task Force and a mobility committee, but there, as we have committees that try to work, even the question of what the consultant, not
I have not been invited to any of the mobility committee meetings.
There haven't been many of them. So.
Okay, so that's
and
why
I'm not the chair. Yeah.
You say there's a committee. I didn't even know that there was a committee that did that. So I work with the Vision Zero committee, and that's why Laura, who knows these firms, we brought into it. But I haven't had an opportunity to even have these conversations with you. Okay.
Well, anyway, thanks for the work. I'm sure it's going to turn out great.
Thank you.
Councilor Lockman?
This is not for you, Janice. This is
Okay.
so for the manager. I see in the months that we've been here that many times we get, contracts that were only one person bid. Why is that? I mean, and then the example for me was with the ice skating rink when we were looking for, proposals for new managers. We only got, 3, one from the current and 2 new. And yet, when we spoke with someone outside this region, Mr. Anderson, he said, I didn't even know about this, and he was an experienced rink manager. So I'm just wondering, and then we see Janice, she reached out aggressively to other firms. So I'm just curious about why it is we could possibly get no bid, no competition, and maybe it's something that you can look at going forward. It troubles me when we only have one bidder.
Yeah, good point.
That's it.
Can I ask about number 7?
May I? I have a question on number 6, just so we can keep order.
Councilor
Is that okay?
Toller?
Thank you.
Yes. And then your turn,
Number
Councilor
6, is
Birmingham.
that you, Mr. Fan? Yes, ma'am. Okay. So this is for time clocks to be installed in the various departments here,
This is
205 and,
To replace all time clock within the Township of Montclair.
okay.
That will be, we will be ordering 20. At the 14 is existing, 6 is the new remote locations, because the current time clock need to have a middleware. The vendor, Primepoint, is get rid of the middleware. They're retiring that technology. So that's why the new time clock is not going to have to contact the township network first in order for to make sure the employee clocking time go back to the server. Now, as long as the location has a remote location, have internet, they automatically will communicate with the Primepoint server directly.
Okay, so I have one other question for you. On March 25th, Resolution R-25-071 we approved $98,000. Was it for this same thing?
No,
or
this
the
is-
actual, what was it for?
That is for the HR system and the payroll systems.
The HR system and
HR and payroll systems. And the time and attendance and stuff like that. Software.
Okay, so that was software.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Number 7 is mine too.
Okay. Council Birmingham, you're up.
Counselor Birmingham?
You're the hazard mitigation plan, the Essex County hazard mitigation plan?
I'm the second alternative point of contact.
Okay.
Because this is part of the, go to the OEM. I'm one of the deputy OEM for the Township of Montclair. So just to clear the question, the letter intents were written back in December 2024. That's why Mr. Lopola was named the point of contact.
Right, okay.
It's not Mr. Mark at that time. He's not here. I cannot put him. So that was Mr. Lopola's, and at that time he was a township manager. That's why he signed that letter intent that is required by the county OEM. We have to submit it by December 19, 2024.
So the mitigation actions here that are listed in the table on page 126, by adopting this, are we committing to do these things? I'm just curious because in terms of funding them and things like that.
This is not, so basically county OEM hired a consultant
Yeah.
for all the Essex County, city and township to go over the hazard mitigation plan.
Okay.
And that's why the letter intent appointing all the person, Janice Talley is for the planning and zoning, Roberto, the engineer, he's appointing for the flood zone manager. So all these people, the township employee has to be named for the letter intent to
Okay.
let their county OEM know that these are people who will be working on this plan. And then during the beginning of the year, there is a couple survey went out. They work with the vendor. The survey went out to the county, even though our communication director sent out to the Township of Montclair. We did have 6 or 7 reply, but most of them is not relevant to this plan. They are asking something else.
Okay.
So this survey did go out to the township and also the county level.
I have worked on similar plans in another county, so anything that appears in the plan does not obligate the Township of Montclair to act on that. But if funding opportunities come up in the future from FEMA or other federal agencies, if we apply and the items that we're applying for are in the plan, then we're eligible for federal funding. If we apply and the items that we're asking for are not in the plan, then we're not eligible for funding. So it has to be in the plan in order for us to be eligible for state and federal assistance.
Oh, really? So, okay, so I guess that's our question then. Do we feel like this plan, and we've already adopted this plan? Or
You go to adopt
we
this.
would-
So the plan already
Okay.
submitted, approved by the county. The draft one is approved by the county. The county OEM asked us, we have to adopt this resolution so they can submit to the county, and the county will submit to the state and the federal.
Okay. Do you feel like, and maybe, I don't know, you're the planner, like, do we feel like this pays enough of attention to our flooding hazards that we have in this town?
That I will refer to.
And like, because again, if it needs to be on this list in order for us to get, you're saying FEMA funding, is this adequate, this list?
Great question, because I
Council Birmingham, when you say the list, what page are you referring to?
126, so I guess it's page 26?
Yeah.
Okay, because I have a question on page 3 and 4, but we'll do, when you finish 26.
And then I guess on 28, there's also a prioritization list. So
28.
yeah, or there's a list on 26 and a list on 28.
Well, these are not location specific, so I think it's been generalized enough, so it's structured so it's generalized enough so it can respond to situations.
Okay.
But not specific situations, but not specific locations.
Okay, because some of them are specific, like the ambulance unit and the library and the animal shelter, like those are specific. But so you're saying like watershed improvement plan, you could apply like for any funding for
Right.
flooding mitigation based on that?
To be
I
honest,
guess.
I'm not as familiar with the county hazard mitigation plan as I am with our climate change-related hazard vulnerability assessment, which is part of our master plan, which
Okay.
is much more
Yeah.
comprehensive than this. It has everything in the
Yeah.
kitchen sink in it. And that will be the basis for our resiliency plan that we're working on. We have
Okay.
Colliers Engineering doing the resiliency plan. So that will be a lot more detailed than this is, and my understanding from the presentation they gave to the planning board is that that will be the basis for funding that the township can go
Okay,
after
yeah.
for stormwater.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I
So,
was just asking.
I'm much more
Yeah.
familiar with that than I am with the county plan,
Okay, okay.
all
But
right?
they must dovetail into each other.
Well, you would assume it,
Think.
but I don't think that they
Let's
necessarily, I don't think that they dovetail because ours is specific to Montclair.
Yeah.
And we identified susceptible locations, which includes childcare centers, places where the seniors are living. It's a very exhaustive list, but it's all there in our plan, which we will be adopting this year, hopefully this summer.
Oh, okay.
And it's going to get the blessing of NJDEP because it's funded through NJDEP. And what they've told us, and I think they're going to come here before the council as well, once they finalize resiliency plan, is you get the blessing of DEP on your resiliency plan, that prioritizes you for funding. So.
Because,
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, you finish.
no, because in terms of flooding, because they call out, for example, the ambulance
Right.
unit is in a floodplain, et cetera. But I think in Montclair, as we know, it's bigger than that. And like when I read this plan, and then the first table 1.1 where it says hazard event history since 2020, I don't see Hurricane Ida on this list from September, which was in September of 2021. So that was an enormous flood issue in this town. And so that's all I'm saying is like, I just want to make sure if this does have implications for flooding, for funding, that, and maybe your other list will,
I'm hoping
but
that
again-
our resiliency plan and our climate change-related hazard vulnerability assessment, which is much more exhaustive than this, will give us the necessary support. Again, I know, since we know that DEP is almost trying to use what we're doing as a model.
Okay. And when is that going to be ready? Or when?
Well, first we have to get our housing plan adopted, which will
Okay.
be May 19th.
Okay.
Hopefully, we continue the public hearing, so I believe this summer, we're going to create some time on the planning board to actually adopt the climate change-related hazard vulnerability assessment. And once we do that, then that'll clear the way for the resiliency plan, which will be basically like an action plan for the township. I think you had a presentation from Colliers Engineering about
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
And that'll have prioritizing projects and identifying funding. And
Okay.
Hopefully.
I think we'll be in a pretty good position with that kind of support.
Deputy Mayor? Oh, I'm sorry. Counselor
go ahead.
Toller,
I
were you
can-
next?
I was,
I'm
but
sorry.
it's okay. Go
Counselor
ahead.
Toller?
Sure. So on the contact page here, it says Rob Bianco, but it has Austin Ashley's email. I know okay, no, that's fine.
That has been addressed with the county OEM, that has been amended already.
Sure. And then on page 3 and 4, table 1-4, recent and expected future development. 10 Elm Street is listed twice. It's the same address, but if you can explain, it says AD Holding, 10 Elm Street, mixed use, 20 units, under construction.
Are you on page 1-4?
1-3 and 1-4 both have 10 Elm Street listed. One is mixed use and one is residential. Both have 20
Well,
units.
it is mixed use. That's probably a typo. It shouldn't be in there twice.
Twice, correct.
Right.
Okay, so we need to When is the final date that this has to be submitted or due?
This resolution has to be adopted on May 20th, because by the end of May, I have to submit it to the approved resolution to the county OEM.
Okay. Does this talk about enforcement? Because I'm reading some of the impact on risk reduction. Do we need to include how this is going to be enforced, if you will? You know, if the how we're going to preserve the open space, preserve existing trees and air quality. Is there any enforcement, especially for private properties? Is that something that we can include in here?
Go ahead.
Enforcement of the hazard mitigation plan?
No, if we need to make sure that the open space stays and protect existing trees, like is there going to be a team that says, hey, don't cut that tree down? I'm just asking.
I don't think that's part of the county's hazard mitigation plan.
Right, but I'm saying on a township level, is there going to be something in place to ensure that those things are going to stay in force?
I think that if we have the power to adopt ordinances
Okay.
to make that a reality.
And one last question, and then Councilor Anderson Deputy Mayor had a question. On page 26, where it says Library and Social Services Building Backup Power, should that be there? Because that's not our building. Can you explain what building backup power means? The social services building isn't ours.
On page
26.
26.
Probably an
Yeah.
emergency backup generator.
Yeah.
Well,
I would
not, I'm
imagine.
asking, because that generator in that building that's not ours is, I'm trying to make it make
I
sense.
think it's just because it's not ours, I think it does serve the community.
It qualifies.
And that it would qualify even if it's not a township facility. It does, they do provide social services, so.
Okay, so it would be like a backup generator, maybe?
Because Montclair Public Library is the
Cooling
case of
center?
emergency. The public library is open for a shelter, such like that.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
I don't know who can answer my questions. I have a few. So, I don't know who can answer that. I have a few questions. Maybe one is and I apologize. Who put together this document? Who actually put together this document?
Which one? The letter intent or the
The
resolution?
hazard, no, the county,
It's a consultant that hired by the county OEM.
okay, and they got all of these items,
From all the employees from the township
Okay.
listed all the letter intent.
That's what I thought, okay. And then I just want to clarify, because, and I'm sorry if this sounds like a dense question, but like is this about, is passing this county hazard mitigation plan, is it about like being able to get funding through the county? Because, and the reason why I'm asking is because there's this other legislative district 34 that Montclair, flood mitigation committee that Montclair is now a part of, where the intent is to develop some plans and apply for federal funding together. So is this really more about being able to apply or qualify for funding, federal funding through the county?
Yes. Okay.
This is for FEMA, yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And this plan is adopted every 5 years. Last time it was adopted back in 2022.
Okay. I think that clears it up. Thank you.
Others?
Thank you.
Where are we? Who had more questions, or Council Birmingham?
I just had one question about 8, the resolution regarding the Sustainable Land Use Pledge, because you may recall at the last meeting, I had asked for that language around parking and developments to be changed. And Dr. Johnson did a really nice job, I think, of changing some of the text in there. And I just wanted to check, because again, it was on the res there last time and it got bumped. Does anyone know if she needs it for some application or anything to be passed tonight? Would anyone know that?
My recollection was that it's due to Sustainable Jersey by June, so that, I think that was the deadline. That's my understanding.
And she did mention, Councilor Birmingham, that she had sent it and you were
Yeah.
okay with that piece. Is there another item that you're concerned about, or?
No, I just am
Okay.
wondering if we should pass it tonight, even though it's on the list and I just talked about it. But because it was on the list last time and it's really not a substantial change, it was just, she changed some of the language to be a little less specific to developers in my mind. So would anybody have an objection to, just so that if she does need it to get her application out?
I think
So
you
can I make a motion? Yeah, I make a motion to move R-25, dash XXX.
Item number 8.
Item number 8, resolution regarding sustainable land use pledge.
Second. Discussion? Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller, Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
So item number 20 is Resolution R-25-126, the bill list resolution.
Counselor Lockman. Oh, you want to do it, Counselor Williams?
Oh, wait, are you going to read this? You know, I don't want to deprive you of your pleasure. Please, I just have a question.
So shall I read it, then you can ask the question? So I want to move, sorry. I'm moving resolution R-25-126, the bill list resolution, whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amounts set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair and the County of Essex that said invoices be and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the schedule attached hereto and made a part thereof. Wow. The total amount is $1,460,980.12. I so move. I want to move. Second? Do you want a
Second.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
So, this is probably a question for Tony. I see on here, on the bills list, there's a C, it's page 1. It's for CDW government, and it's for Zoom.
Yes, sir.
So, we still pay for Zoom, but we also have Teams, which essentially does the same thing.
No, Zoom is mostly is for by the request for the senior services to remain on Zoom. They found that using Zoom is much more easier, much more user-friendly for the seniors.
Yes.
And then, so that's therefore we still maintain a number of licenses for Zoom. I have been reducing I don't recall how many licenses we had before, but we have been reducing the license from Zoom from the pandemic.
And
And then because other people like to use Zoom, some people like to use WebEx. I mean, Team is free. I mean, mostly for the building collaborations, but sometimes using Zoom can do, right now Zoom can do AI transcriptions and stuff like that, taking minutes for like during the meeting. When the AI feature is enabled, we can use that to take minutes, and then whoever is the host will get the email with during this entire Zoom meeting. We'll have a minute type out.
that's an amazing feature. I'm not sure how many folks are actually utilizing it, but the point, there's kind of a broader issue here. Just, I would like to see at some point then how many subscriptions the town has to various different things, because it's kind of like those commercials where it says, oh, you have all these subscriptions, you just don't realize it. I think Zoom, if we taught people how to use Teams, and you know, I'm biased because I use Teams every day, it essentially does the same thing as Zoom.
Again, Team is more for internal organizations, and then for like in Township of Montclair, employee to employee, like a team building. Zoom is more friendly to the resident or outside organizations.
And you said that, and I'm sorry to spend so much time on this. So you're saying the people that are using Zoom, they are
mostly from the senior
initiating-
services.
They're initiating these
During the
Zoom
pandemic,
calls?
and then Amy.
During the pandemic?
Amy, yes, from the health department, they requesting to retain the Zoom subscription.
It's not so much the staff in senior services. It has to do really with the senior residents in town who got used to using Zoom during the pandemic.
But are
And
they
it's hard for
initiating?
them.
I'm sorry. So, and I apologize. I don't want to spend so much time on this. But
Right.
are the seniors initiating these Zoom calls, or are they just participating in the Zoom calls? And the reason why I ask this is because if somebody here is initiating a Teams call, there's no
know.
difference to the person that's participating.
Right, you're getting a link essentially
Right.
that.
Mostly it's the instructor who's leading like a yoga class, whatever the class they are doing.
Which is
for the seniors people.
Which is a town in.
Not necessarily, no, they're all independent folks that we hire to teach the classes.
Okay. All right.
So
I
it's a
spent-
combination of the instructors, but it's also, the residents got used to it. I can speak to when I have some of my Board of Health meetings in Cedar Grove. When I use a Teams link, half the people can't get on. I don't understand why exactly, but it does seem to be an issue when people get used to one
And,
sort of
yeah, I
technology.
apologize to all my colleagues. It's late hours to spend so much time on this that obviously only I have interest in. But,
No, I hear you.
I mean, just the broader, kind of like the spirit of what I'm getting at here is I think we probably need to audit like all these subscriptions. And then I know at my job, just as manager on a quarterly basis, I get a whole listing of everything that my people have access to, and I have to say whether or not they need access to it going forward. I don't know if anything like that is happening.
For the Zoom, and then I did one last every year annually and then also contacting the department heavily using it. Are these users still valid? And then that they will let me know, yes, they are still using the team subscription, or the Zoom subscription to teaching the senior, remain them on the subscription account.
And we can take this offline. This is probably like a communications committee thing, so I won't, I appreciate.
talk more about
Yeah,
it.
thanks.
Yes, Counselor D'Amato.
Yeah, I'll just jam in on a similar topic. It's for Tony. Yeah, so we have switched out of Granicus for the agenda management tool, is that correct?
I'm sorry, sir?
The agenda management tool.
No, we are continuing using the Granicus.
So what
actually.
is SHI?
What page? SHI is a purchasing vehicle company. They do have a Bergen County cooperative. So which one?
What is this payment for?
They're a vendor. Oh,
What page are you on, sir?
I'm on, I can't read because it's in .000. It's whatever this is.
Yes, you're right.
3 of 10.
So SHI, that one is for the website hosting, township website
There are
hosting.
two of them, and the second one, Township of Montclair Agenda Mana.
That is for the Granicus. So right now.
They own Granicus.
They are Granicus. Granicus prefer to go to SHI to renew their subscription now.
Okay, so that's $18,000 a year for the agenda management software, is that
Yes,
correct?
and then per Township Manager Marks, we are expanding the usage of the meeting agenda software right now.
Okay. I don't know if this is a temporary bug, but in the online agenda that we have, the PDF, it is not linking, at least in my rendering of it, to the individual resolutions and ordinances anymore.
I believe maybe the Madam Clerk can explain a little bit better when the
That probably
conference
has something to
meeting.
do with the kicking back and forth of who is making the agenda, but you know what I'm talking about,
I mean,
right?
the agenda is prepared by the Township Manager office, but
Yeah.
I refer to Township Clerk, Madam Clerk, is because she have previously she was the executive assistant to the township manager. She know the agenda process and procedure much better than I do.
What you're asking can be done.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Any further discussion on budget items?
The bill list, Madam Clerk, Madam Mayor.
Bill list.
Yep. I have a question on page, gosh, if we can get these pages a little lower, page 3. It's purchase order, well, vendor number 19934. Riker recognition, is this something that you had, Tony, or is this for, that's not you? No, I know we approved it, but I can't remember what it's for.
It's for those cameras, right, the license
Okay.
plate readers, but
License plate.
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. And there's, I'm just curious, do we have that much snow? That we-
No,
I mean,
because I still have a bunch of salt left in the
$139,000?
refrigerator.
Wow,
Yeah,
Just got back a day.
that seems like a lot of money for
yeah.
snow removal. And I'm just wondering if vendors such as Angels, when they submit, can they perhaps submit their invoice? Can it be attached to these bill lists going forward so we can see what actual streets or areas, the time that they put in? I know it says Bay Street, but
It looks like that's the parking decks.
yeah, these are
right?
parking decks,
So,
$139,000.
I know, I agree with you. It seems high.
I'll go out there.
Get your shovel.
Get my
Yeah, we were
shovel.
talking about that.
Yeah.
The-
And then I do have one other question, and
parking
it's
lot.
on page, and I'll be quick, because I see that there's a Section 8 payment that's under the parking utility. It's on page 8. I'm trying to understand why this Section 8 housing program payment is falling under the parking utility for $3,500, and then right under it, do we know, or?
Is that maybe isn't it?
I think the way it's written, I think the totals for Section 8 are actually above.
Okay,
I think it's a weird.
so it's the cutoff, you mean it's the way it's paginated, the way it printed out is what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I think the Section 8, and then it says total for Section 8, but it's under, as you said, parking utility, but it,
Right, okay.
yeah.
And then we've paid 1725 on ordinance, I guess, 20-09, various capital improvements. Do we know what that was for?
Can you repeat that?
Which ordinance?
Sure, it's on the same page. I believe this is supposed to be, it says ORD 20-09, various capital improvements, $17,250. I'm just curious. There's a bunch of them, but
What page, Counselor Tola, please?
page 8,
Thank you.
do we know about any of the capital improvements? But I can look up the ordinance. If that's what this means, these are the ordinance numbers in front of the various capital improvements.
Yes, they are.
Okay, so I'll
Yes,
look them up.
Counselor.
You don't have to,
Mayor, Council Tola, the $55,000 for the camera, those are grant. They will get reimbursed later on.
okay. I don't have any other questions. Oh, I do have one question for Mr. Marks, and it's not related to the bill list. It was something that was presented before. I know that we approved $2.5 million for the road work, and we're supposed to get some kind of map. Any status update on where that might?
I spoke with Austin Ashley about that either today or yesterday. They're working on it, so they'll have something,
Okay,
tangible to provide, I'm sure, by the next meeting.
okay, thank you.
The bill list was approved, the bill list was moved and second. There are no further discussions on the bill list. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, item 21 is a resolution to extend and amend Resolution R-23-244 extension with Parkion doing business as Flowbird for proprietary parking mobile applications services pursuant to NJSA 40A:11-5-1DD.
I just have one question. Do we have more than one parking, management? Is Park Mobile also one of ours?
We have Park Mobile also.
And just this, Park Mobile and this?
And IPS is for the individual meters.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor, actually, that was my question. Why do we have more than one? Is there a reason? I mean, is the eventual goal to
different.
be,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just wondering if the goal is to move everything to one system or management system.
As far as I understand, each management system is for separate equipment. So Flowbird, we have some parking lots where it's like an actual kiosk that you can walk up to. As Mr. Marks just said, IPS, those are the individual meters on the street. So that's to the best of my knowledge. But of course, someone from the parking utility can give you further detail.
And Park Mobile, of course, is on, an app on your phone, so they're slightly different.
Park Mobile would not have any physical presence.
No. No.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor, the last item is the executive session, Resolution R-25-127, resolution authorizing executive session without the public being permitted to attend in accordance with N.J.S.A 10:4-12B. And we do have Catherine Hatfield in the back who's here to speak on contract negotiations.
Okay.
Okay.
So at this time, we will
Is that-
ask,
Sorry, I'm sorry. Can I just ask, is that the one thing we're going in for?
Yes.
Is contract negotiations?
at
Okay.
this time, we will,
Two involving contract negotiations and personnel matter.
thank you. At this time, we'll ask the public, please, to remove from the chambers. We're going into executive session for the purposes of contract negotiations. I'm not anticipating that we will take any action tonight. Is that correct? Or we will take action tonight?
No action to be taken.
We will not be taking any action this evening. Thank you for coming.
She's been here less than an hour. I told her 10 o'clock. So she's been here back.
You're back on, Mayor.
At this time, I'd like to make a motion, please, that we go into executive session for the purpose of contract negotiations.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstained? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, we're going to resume our meeting, and we're going to come out of the executive session. And I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstention? Okay, thank you for the great meeting.